Hey guys, welcome to Green Bean Fiction. So in today's video we are gonna see, what if Deku had Omnitrix and had massive harem? Part 19. Before starting, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe if you are interested in MHA fanfictions. This story is Dekiru 10 by phantomdanger. Now without wasting any more time, let's dive in. On the rooftop of the vandalized Dragonix building, thick smoke billowed into the sky, catching the attention of passing bystanders. Many assumed it was yet another attack by rioters. Ah, don't you just love the smell of freshly charred corpses in the morning? Dobby mused, lying casually on his back to the ashen remains of Dragonix, the pro-hero now nothing but a burnt husk. Grabbing what was left of the hero's head, Dobby twisted it to face him, a twisted grin on his scarred face. People already know you heroes are trash, he continued as if the charred corpse could still hear him. So when I start stacking up bodies, they'll think I'm following Stain's ideals. Meanwhile I get to burn power-hungry fakes like you to a crisp. It's a win-win. Oh, and soon the League will come calling. Suddenly, light footsteps echoed from the stairwell door. Hey! A voice called sharply. Dobby lazily turned his head and spotted a girl in a sailor uniform with messy blonde hair styled into buns. She glared at him with narrowed golden eyes that resembled a predator ready to pounce. He could feel the bloodlust radiating from her, an intensity that sent a subtle chill down his spine. You stole my kill, she hissed as her bloodlust practically rolled down her in waves. Dobby raised an eyebrow and stood up, blue flames flickering off his body in a controlled wave of heat. Your kill? He asked, voice calm, but the whoosh of his flames was a clear warning. Even though she stood at a distance, Toga could feel the temperature rise. The heat made her sweat slightly as she narrowed her eyes. Smoke coiled from his hands, adding to the thick tension. But then Toga's demeanor snapped, doing a complete 180. She threw her hands in the air, pouting like a child. She whinnied, stomping her foot like a child. I had everything planned. I killed his boyfriend, and just when I was about to get Wenny's guard down, I was going to write the cutest message written in blood. But, you just had to ruin everything. Dobby's expression flattened. He had sensed earlier had been completely evaporated into a childish tantrum. What is with this girl? Is she insane? Taking in the girl's appearance, he noted the dried blood smeared on her school uniform. This girl's no stranger to killing, that's for sure. The blood stains on her uniform make that obvious. Even though she tried and failed to clean it, I can still smell the blood all over the girl. Realizing this girl would be more trouble than she was worth, Dobby quickly began to leave. Look, crazy, there are plenty of heroes in this city. If you want to go after some fakes, target one of them, Dobby said, walking past the doorway that he had blown off as he made his way down the stairs. Ooh, do you just happen to be with the League of Villains? Toga asked excitedly, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Is that why you're here, taking out all these fake heroes? No, I'm not with them. I'm looking for them myself, Dobby replied, glancing back at her. Though I doubt they'd let someone as crazy as you into the League. Oh, that's so mean. I'm Toga, by the way. She chirped, grinning as she twirled a knife between her fingers. Don't care, Dobby responded, his tone flat as he continued his descent. Since we're both looking for the League, wanna join forces? We'd be a great team, Toga suggested, practically bouncing on her heels. And have you stabbed me in my sleep? Yeah, no thanks, Dobby shot back, raising an eyebrow. Sorry, I only cut up cute things, and mister, you're not the slightest bit cute, Toga teased, pouting slightly. Gee, thanks. I feel so much safer now, Dobby replied dryly, rolling his eyes. Oh, you're welcome, burned nugget, Toga giggled as they both exited the building, quickly blending into the bustling streets. Izuku yawned, stretching his arms wide as he walked alongside Tenya, Shoto, and Siro. So, what are you guys planning on doing today? Siro asked, hands behind his head in a relaxed manner. I was thinking of trying out some of the carnival games at the beach, Izuku said. Then I promised Najire I'd join the flying competition. He rubbed the back of his neck, a little embarrassed. Busy day, huh? Siro said with a grin, shrugging lazily. I'm just gonna hang with the guys. Maybe chat up some girls. He shot a playful wink. I intend to visit the book stall and engage in some of the mental challenges they have, Tenya said, standing tall, adjusting his glasses with a precise motion. One should never neglect self-improvement, even on a day off. Shoto, hands in his pockets, looked thoughtful. I'll probably start with a soak in the hot springs. Then, I'll meet up with you guys later. Zero chuckled, nudging Shoto with his elbow. Hot springs first, huh? Well, we're planning to play volleyball later by the bonfire. You in? Shoto shrugged. Sounds good. Sure, I'll meet you guys there with Najire, Izuku said with a small smile. As they turned a corner, Izuku's eyes landed on Ochako. She was staring at her phone, her brows slightly furrowed. He couldn't quite make out her expression, but something was definitely off. Concerned, Izuku walked over to her, catching a glimpse of the video she had been watching on her phone. Heroes who accept fat checks and sponsorship deals are not heroes, they're just glorified celebrities. Ochako? Izuku's voice was gentle as he stepped closer. Ochako jumped slightly, her fingers fumbling to switch off the phone. Oh, Dekiru. What's up? She stammered, her smile strained as she glanced away. Oh, you just seem. I don't know, are you okay? Izuku asked, his concern clear in his eyes. Why yeah, I'm fine, Ochako replied, forcing that same smile she had used during the sports festival. Izuku could tell something was off, that look wasn't fooling him. Hey, wanna hang out for a bit? He asked, offering her a small, genuine smile. I was thinking of heading over to the games, you know, the ones with the prizes and stuff. Huh? You're actually going to that? Ochako asked, her eyes widening in surprise. What do you mean? Those games are total rip-offs. No better than carnival scams. You're just gonna throw away your money, she said, shaking her head. Don't you think you're exaggerating a bit? Izuku asked, tilting his head. Ochako raised an eyebrow. Dekiru, have you ever even been to a carnival before? Izuku paused, scratching his cheek as the thought sank in. Since he'd spent most of his time alone, he'd never really had a chance for things like carnivals or public outings. And no, I haven't. Ochako's eyes widened. Okay. Listen. They're holding a carnival before the festival in a few days. I'll show you exactly how those scam artists work, she said, grabbing his hand and pulling him. The boy's face flushed as the girl quickly began to drag him. Izuku wasn't sure if the girl had noticed they were holding hands. Izuku and Ochako stood at the game stall, their attention drawn to the rows of stacked All Might heads. The goal seemed straightforward. Knock them all down with a single throw to win a prize. But even at first glance, something felt off. It seems pretty simple to me. Knock down the heads, Izuku mused. Right, simple. Ochako said, her arms folded. The vendor, a man with multiple arms and a suspiciously friendly grin, was managing the stall. One of his arms juggled balls while another polished the oversized stuffed prizes hanging behind him, mostly heroes like Endeavor and Hux. His other limbs were busy preparing for the next contestant. Ochako leaned closer to Izuku, her voice low but clear. See those All Might heads? They're set up to look easy, but trust me, this is one of those scams. Izuku scratched the back of his head, studying the perfectly aligned heads. They don't look that hard to knock down. The vendor, noticing their interest, smirked. Come on, step right up, knock down all the All Mights, and you win a prize. He gestured with one of his many arms toward a plushie of Best Jeanist hanging nearby. Ochako crossed her arms, eyes narrowing. Right, like those heads aren't bolted down or something. Shouldn't have more faith in more people? Izuku said. With a sigh, Ochako fished out a couple of tokens and handed them to the vendor. I'll show you how bad it is. The vendor's grin widened as he handed her a ball, each arm moving as though it had its own agenda. Good luck, young lady. Ochako narrowed her eyes at the vendor, leaning in slightly before hissing like a cat, clearly unimpressed with the game's setup. The vendor, unfazed, turned his attention to Izuku. You there, young man, no quirk use. We have to keep these games fair, wouldn't you agree? His smile was a little too wide, giving off an air of slyness. Fair, my butt, Ochako muttered under her breath. It's fine, Ochako, Izuku said, giving her a reassuring smile. I'm pretty strong even without my quirk. I should be able to knock these down. Plus, Diamond Head's training gave me some good aim, so I think I'll be alright. Ochako glanced at him, her heart softening for a moment. How cute is he, being so optimistic and naive, she thought to herself. Oh, Dekiru. The vendor chuckled, handing Izuku 3 balls. Now you get 3 shots, young man. You wouldn't want to embarrass yourself in front of your girlfriend, would you? Izuku's face flushed bright red. She's not my girlfriend, he stammered, awkwardly scratching his cheek. Why'd I keep getting so many girlfriend comments? He muttered to himself. Taking a deep breath, Izuku stepped up to the line and wound up his arm. With a focused gaze, he hurled the ball directly at the stack of All Might heads. The ball made a solid impact, hitting dead center. Huh? Izuku exclaimed in shock. The heads barely wobbled. The vendor's smile grew wider, his many arms crossing smugly. Undeterred, Izuku grabbed the second ball. Okay. Let's try again, he said, determination sparking in his eyes. He wound up and threw with even more precision, hitting all 3 heads squarely. But once again, they didn't budge. Strike 2. The vendor called, his grin only growing more infuriating. Ochako stood beside Izuku, eyebrows furrowed in disbelief. No way. Izuku, now frustrated, took the final ball, rolling his shoulders before launching it with all his strength. The ball collided with the heads, but they didn't move an inch. And you're out, the vendor crowed, chuckling as he collected the balls. Izuku's mouth hung open in disbelief. I hit them all dead on, how didn't they fall? Ochako's frustration mirrored his. I told you, Dekiru. These games are completely rigged. She glared at the vendor, clearly not amused. Rigged? The man gasped dramatically, clutching his chest in mock offense. How dare you? Listen, Missy, I'm an honest-to-God businessman. Your boyfriend's just not strong enough, and his aim was awful. Frustrated, Ochako stepped closer, her eyes narrowing. Oh please. You obviously bolted them down. There's no way Dekiru wouldn't knock them over. Boo-hoo. Go cry about it to your mom. The man waved her off dismissively. Now scram. I've got other people who want to play, and you're bad for business. Still fuming, Ochako turned on her heel, walking away with Izuku at her side. Her adorable pout made it clear just how upset she was, though Izuku found it hard not to smile at how cute she looked. So, are all carnival games like that? Izuku asked, glancing back at the booth. Yeah, pretty much, Ochako replied, still simmering. That's why my parents and I never bother with them. It's just a quick way to waste your money. Huh. I'm surprised you didn't know. Didn't you ever come to these places with friends in middle school? Izuku hesitated for a second before answering. Well. I was quirkless until last year, remember? Wasn't exactly the most popular kid around. Ochako's frustration quickly melted into guilt. Oh, right. Sorry, I kind of forgot. Izuku smiled reassuringly. It's fine, really. It's kind of fun just being here with a friend. Ochako rubbed her chin thoughtfully as they walked through the noisy fairground. Yeah, I guess. But honestly, these places are a total rip-off. They just want your money, and you can't even use quirks to get an edge. Suddenly, her eyes brightened with an idea, and her eyes flickered toward Izuku's wrist where the Omnitrix glowed softly. Hey, Dekiru. The Omnitrix isn't technically a quirk, right? Izuku blinked, unsure where she was going with this. Yeah, you know that. Ochako's grin widened, the mischievous expression on her face sending a shiver down Izuku's spine. Hee. She giggled, clearly up to something as a sly grin spreading across her face, a sure sign she was up to something. The vendor, with one arm polishing a prize, another scribbling notes, and a third feeding himself takoyaki, looked up without missing a beat as a voice interrupted him. Excuse me? The vendor turned, his eyes narrowing at the sight of a tall, plant-like figure wearing a hoodie that was obviously too small for his broad shoulders. Sizing him up, the vendor squinted. What's your quirk? He asked, his tone suspicious. Swampfire raised his hands, igniting them both with orange flames. I control plants and fire, he replied calmly, with a casual shrug. The vendor's eyes narrowed further. So you're a dual quirk user, huh? Those are pretty rare. He smirked, unimpressed. Well, listen up, overgrown root. You think you're the lucky guy who's gonna win, huh, root man? Swampfire smirked back. Oh, I know I can win. The vendor scoffed, oozing arrogance. Sure, buddy. Knock down a figurine. Win a prize. Go ahead, Plant Man. Without saying a word, Swampfire took the ball from the vendor. In one swift throw, the ball sailed through the air and obliterated all the figurines in a single shot. The vendor's jaw dropped, and all three of his arms froze mid-motion. Before he could react, Ochako strolled over, her sly smirk growing. She lightly tapped 8 prizes with a single touch, causing them to float. "We'll be taking these," she said sweetly, walking off with the prizes floating above her, giving Swampfire a knowing glance as they left. The vendor was left stammering in disbelief. How? His quirk was obviously plant and fire-based. There's no way someone has 3 quirks. Was he just that strong? As Swampfire and Ochako walked away, Ochako beamed, looking up at him. "Dekiru, I think I'm starting to like these games." Swampfire unzipped the hoodie and tapped the Omnitrix, transforming back into Izuku in a flash of green light. "Was that really a good idea?" Izuku asked, a bit uneasy. "We kinda cheated the guy." Ochako waved it off without a hint of guilt. He was already cheating. "We just beat the cheater at his own game. Totally fair in my book." Seeing how happy she was, Izuku sighed and let it go, his mood brightening a little as they continued through the carnival. As Izuku squeezed the Maruko plushie in his hands, his mind wandered. A soft blush crept onto his cheeks as he thought about the heroine. "I've been watching her on the news regularly. Kinda hope we meet again. Even though she's kinda terrifying," he mused silently. "Dekiru? Dekiru?" Ochako's voice snapped him out of his thoughts. Huh? Izuku stammered, turning toward her, startled. "I asked what do you want to do with all these prizes?" Ochako repeated with a smile. Before Izuku could answer, they both heard the soft sound of a child crying nearby. Turning toward the sound, they spotted a little girl, tears streaming down her cheeks, pointing at a necklace with a heart pendant hanging at a vendor's stall. "I promised my mommy I would win that," the little girl cried, her face red with frustration and snot running down her nose. The vendor, seemingly indifferent, shrugged. "Listen, kid, to win a prize, you need to win the ring toss. If you can't win, there's no prize." "But I saw it go in," the girl sobbed, her voice cracking. While Ochako crouched down to console the girl, patting her back, Izuku slipped away unnoticed. "Cheating a child? Really?" Ochako glared at the vendor. But before she could continue, a flash of green light lit up the corner of her eye. She turned to see Brainstorm approaching, his crab-like form sparking with yellow electricity. "Might I take a turn at this ring toss?" Brainstorm inquired, his voice brimming with intellect and confidence. The vendor raised an eyebrow but waved his hand dismissively, clearly not taking him seriously. Brainstorm tilted his head. "You see, my abilities are electrically inclined, capable of precise and calculated strikes." He gestured with one claw, emitting a few sparks. The spectacle drew a gasp from the small girl, her tears momentarily forgotten as she clapped in awe. With that, Brainstorm picked up the first ring, his many eyes analyzing the setup with meticulous care. He flicked his wrist, sending the ring sailing through the air with precision. It landed perfectly around the peg with a soft clang. "One down," Brainstorm remarked coolly, while the vendor's eyes widened in disbelief. The alien genius picked up the second ring, paused for a moment, and then expertly bounced it off the vendor's display wall. The ring ricocheted and landed squarely on another peg. Ochako let out a small chuckle, impressed. By now, the vendor was biting his nails nervously as Brainstorm reached for the third ring. This time, he didn't hesitate. He tossed it effortlessly, and it landed with pinpoint accuracy. The vendor stood frozen, his jaw slack, as Ochako beamed and turned to the little girl. "Go ahead, pick out your prize," she said gently. The girl, now smiling through her tears, pointed at the necklace she had wanted all along. The vendor, defeated, handed it over with a reluctant smile. The little girl grinned brightly before running off to show her mother. Ochako turned to Brainstorm, a knowing look in her eyes. Brainstorm rolled his eyes in response. Yes, I know. But don't give me that look," he grumbled. "So," Ochako said, a mischievous glint in her eyes, "how about we teach these cheapskates a lesson and win some more awesome prizes?" Her eyes practically blazed with excitement, a faint purple aura surrounding her. Izuku glanced at the little girl, now happily showing the necklace to her mother. He then turned to Ochako, smiling. "Sure, As Ochako and Izuku walked side by side, returning to the resort, Ochako enjoyed her ice cream, though her eyes were distant, filled with introspection. The prizes they had won floated beside them, courtesy of her quirk. Dekiru. Do you think I'm a bad person? Ochako suddenly asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Izuku didn't even need to think. No, he said immediately. Ochako blushed, caught off guard by how quick and firm his response was. She glanced at him, her heart fluttering slightly, though she quickly looked away. How come you're asking? Izuku asked, his voice soft with concern. Ochako hesitated, biting her lip before answering. You know what's happening in Kobayashi City? Where Seijaku Academy is. He nodded, curious. Yeah. She swallowed, her hand tightening around the ice cream cone. All those heroes who turned a blind eye to everyone's suffering. They just let people get hurt, let all that abuse happen, just for more money. Her voice trembled slightly, and she frowned, Stain's words echoing in her mind. You and that girl make me sick. Only caring about selfish desires. You're no heroes. Just pretenders, fakes that fill our society. I don't think I'm a real hero, Ochako admitted, her voice faltering as her shoulders slumped. Izuku's eyes widened in shock, his focus now entirely on her. They now stopped as Izuku listened to the brunette. Everyone has these noble reasons for being a hero. They're all so selfless, and compared to them, what I'm doing feels so shallow. She shook her head, frustration creeping into her voice. I just wanted to give my parents a better life, but now, heroes like me are being called fakes for caring about money, and maybe they're right. Her gaze dropped to the ground as she continued, her tone filled with uncertainty. You're aiming to be the next All Might. You're out here saving the world from supervillains who want to destroy everything. You're doing it because it's the right thing to do, because you have to. I don't know if I deserve to be a hero. Izuku felt his chest tighten, hearing the pain in her words. Ochako. You're an amazing person, he said softly, turning to her with a gentle smile. But I don't think everyone's motivation is as selfless as you might think. Izuku scratched the back of his head, a sheepish grin forming. Back when I was quirkless, I was made fun of a lot. Especially since I wanted to be a hero. Ochako looked at him, her ice cream momentarily forgotten as her attention focused entirely on him. I just wanted to help people like everyone else. But everyone made sure I knew I couldn't be a hero, he continued, his voice soft but steady. I think that's one of the reasons I became one. Ochako's eyes widened, her grip tightening slightly on the ice cream cone. I kinda wanted to prove that I could be a hero like All Might. Izuku's tone brightened with enthusiasm. A part of me wanted to show them up, to prove them wrong. He glanced at her, smiling, but then his expression shifted to something more thoughtful. Looking at it from a different perspective, it sounds like I just wanted to show off, huh? He chuckled lightly, nudging her playfully. Guess I'm just as selfish as everyone else. Ochako's heart fluttered at his words. She glanced away, trying to steady her racing pulse, but her face was already starting to warm. Just because some people think what you're doing is selfish or call you a fake hero doesn't mean it's true. And what's wrong with a child wanting to give back to her parents? Izuku said. Ochako's face flushed deeper. She quickly looked forward, her fingers fidgeting with the ice cream cone. The redness in her cheeks slowly spread to her ears as she struggled to find a response. And in my opinion, Izuku continued, his tone softening, you're already an awesome hero. You turned the name I used to hate so much into something I don't think I'd ever want to change. Ochako's eyes widened again, her breath catching in her throat as she risked a glance at him, only to find him smiling. And you cheering me on. It always makes me so happy, he said, his gaze warm and sincere. I guess, in some ways, you're my hero. Ochako's heart skipped a beat, her face turning a deep shade of red. She could feel her pulse in her ears, and she almost dropped her ice cream from how flustered she'd become. Ochako tried to hide her growing blush before speaking, her gaze darting away nervously. Dekiru, you can't say stuff like that. Her cheeks flared even more as she shut her eyes tight, forcing the words out. You're gonna get me all flustered. Izuku stopped, turning back to her, confused. Huh? You know you can't just go around saying things like that to girls. You'll give them the wrong idea, Ochako said, her face burning with embarrassment, her heart beating louder in her ears. Wrong idea? Izuku asked, tilting his head, clearly lost. Ochako could almost see the question marks floating above him. Ochako pouted slightly, then turned to him again, her blush deepening as she nervously pushed some hair behind her ear. Her voice was quieter now, uncertain. Hey, Dekiru. What's your type? My type? Izuku repeated, blinking in surprise, his confusion growing. Yeah. Like, what kind of girl do you like? Ochako clarified, her heart pounding as she tried to sound casual, but the weight of the question made her stomach churn. Izuku froze, caught off guard by the question. Ochako quickly filled the awkward silence, her words spilling out in a rushed mess. I mean, you spend a lot of time with Yaoyorozu and Kendo. You're always training with Kendo, and Momo's the class representative and I know they confessed to you. She couldn't stop herself from saying it, the blush on her face deepening as she felt her chest tighten. Izuku's eyes widened, and he looked away, clearly flustered. Oh, so you know about that. I saw her lip balm on your lips, and Kendo. Well, I just knew, okay. Ochako mumbled, her voice barely above a whisper, the words spilling out despite her every attempt to stay calm. So, do you like one of them? She asked, her voice trembling as her feelings bubbled to the surface. Her heart squeezed painfully, dreading his answer but needing to know. Izuku's face turned beet red. Oh, of course, I like them, I mean, they're my friends. I like them as friends. He stammered, his flustered expression making it clear that he didn't understand where this was coming from. Ochako stepped closer to him, her face only inches from his. Her heart raced as she fought to keep her voice steady. That's not what I'm asking, and you know it. Her eyes softened, almost pleading, though she tried to mask it. Izuku looked completely thrown off, his eyes darting around as he tried to understand. Why do you want to know? Ochako felt her heart tighten. She turned her gaze away, biting her lip as the blush returned with full force. We're friends, and friends talk about this kind of stuff, right? Her voice faltered, her hands coming up to cover her face in sheer embarrassment. What am I saying? Friends talk about this stuff. That's not why I'm asking. I just want to know if you like someone else. If you like me. She could feel her heart pounding in her chest, a flood of emotions she didn't know how to voice. They confessed their feelings. They kissed him. Went on dates. I just need to know if I've already lost my chance. If it's too late. And after Ghost Freak. Maybe confessing won't be so bad. Izuku blinked, still not fully grasping her intentions. I mean, yeah, we're friends, but isn't it a little weird to talk about this kind of stuff? Ochako's voice was soft, almost vulnerable as she looked back at him, her eyes clouded with uncertainty. It's just, you went on dates, you kissed them, and I thought maybe you liked one of them. I guess. Her voice trembled as she continued, desperately trying to keep her composure. I just wanted to know if you were going to ask one of them out or if you already have. She tried to force a smile, but her heart ached, knowing how much this conversation meant to her. Izuku's face turned crimson, feeling completely overwhelmed as his thoughts swirled between Kendo, Momo, and now Ochako. He was completely unsure of what to say, the weight of her words hanging heavy in the air. Ochako glanced at him, swallowing nervously as she tried to keep her feelings in check. Just say it, Ochako. Just tell him how you feel, it can't be that hard, right? But what if he doesn't feel the same? What if he's already made his choice? What if I already lost my chance? Izuku looked at Ochako, clearly seeking an answer when suddenly, his eyes were covered by hands. He felt a wave of relief before realizing there was no one behind him. It was Setsuna. Oh, thank God, Setsuna, Izuku said without thinking. Setsuna blushed, walking up to him with a flirtatious expression. Huh? Someone seems excited to see me, she teased, leaning in closer. Izuku stammered, his face heating up. Just then, he caught sight of Abara. Their eyes met, and memories of their moment in the hot springs rushed back. Abara blushed, turning on her heel and walking away. Oh, I guess she's still avoiding me after what happened yesterday. I can't blame her, she's probably embarrassed about the whole thing, Izuku thought, feeling a pang of regret. Whoa, how the heck did you guys win all these prizes? Setsuna asked, picking up a box and shaking it. Cool mystery prize, she said with a smirk. Seriously, How did you guys win all this? Those games are totally rigged. She picked up another box and ripped it open with excitement. Oh, me and Dekiru kinda maybe used aliens to win the competition, Ochako said, still feeling flushed from their earlier conversations. Setsuna's eyes widened playfully. Oh, you guys totally scammed them, how sweet, she exclaimed with a teasing smile. Didn't think you had it in you, Izuku. Bad boy. Izuku blushed deeply and looked away, flustered. Hey, they cheated first. Technically, we didn't cheat. Izuku transformed into an alien, and they don't have quirks. So I consider it absolutely fine, Ochako argued, folding her arms defiantly. But don't you think you guys went overboard? Yui suddenly chimed in, her expression calm and unreadable as she picked up a plushie. Where did she come from? They all thought in surprise. Ooh, mind if I keep this Ultraman stuff? Yui asked, her voice steady as she examined an Ultraman figurine in its box, her eyes showing just a hint of curiosity. Izuku crouched down beside her, noticing her composed demeanor. I didn't know you liked Ultraman, he said, smiling. Really? I thought my costume was a dead giveaway, Yui replied, her expression still neutral, but there was a flicker of pride in her eyes. Recalling her costume, Izuku realized it was pretty obvious. He turned back to the girl, who remained unflustered but quietly pleased. Suddenly, Izuku felt his arms being grabbed and yanked away. The girls were chatting, and Yui was shrinking down all the Ultraman prizes, stuffing them into her pocket. Where's Izuku? Yui asked, her tone monotone, yet there was a faint hint of concern in her expression as she scanned the group for him. Ochako, who had been chatting with Setsuna, quickly realized he was gone. Wait, where did he go? Setsuna raised an eyebrow, a mischievous smile on her lips. Looks like you lost your little alien boyfriend, Ochako. Should I go help you find him? Ochako's eye twitched in annoyance. Izuku felt his face heat up as Najire grasped his hand and tugged him forward, captivated by the way her blue hair swayed with each step. Najire, where are you taking me? Izuku asked, glancing at her. Najire turned to him with a slight blush, her grip firm around his hand. Ever since the Seijaku incident, she couldn't get him out of her mind. When it came to quirks, they could easily chat for hours, and she genuinely enjoyed their conversations. But lately, she struggled to articulate what she was feeling. Holding his hand made her heart flutter in her chest. She started having vivid dreams about Midoriya that were completely foreign to her. Usually, she dreamed about girls. In fact, she had even stolen glances at some of the girls in Class 1A and B. However, she quickly realized she was beginning to look at Izuku in the same way, which made her face burn with embarrassment. She would often wake up feeling extremely hot, rubbing her thighs to relieve the growing itch between her legs and fondling her own breasts when she thought about him, leaving her breathless with a bright red blush. She tried to rationalize these feelings, especially since she didn't dream about Mirio or Tamaki, who were arguably more muscular than Izuku. The contrast made her even more bewildered, so when she suddenly found her body hot. Even now, holding his hand made her heart race, and she found herself relishing the sensation far too much. As she tightened her grip, Izuku's face exploded into a deeper blush. Hato, you're holding my hand. You can let go, he stammered, struggling to mask his embarrassment. Najire simply hummed to herself, continuing to drag him along by their joined hands, her excitement palpable. Here we are, Najire exclaimed, throwing her arms wide as they stood atop the Skywalker platform at the resort. The gentle breeze tousled their hair, and below them, a stunning view unfolded. The sparkling ocean shimmered in the sunlight, dotted with sunbathers and families enjoying their day. People with flying quirks gracefully soared through the clear blue sky, occasionally brushing against the soft white clouds. The flight competition is in a few hours, so we have time to practice a bit, Najire said, her excitement bubbling over like the waves crashing on the shore. Oh, Izuku stammered, nervously stepping closer to the edge of the platform. The wind whipped around him as he fumbled for the Omnitrix, the thrill of the moment sending shivers down his spine. He glanced at Najire, who radiated energy and joy, and felt his heart race. Well, I guess it could be fun to fly around, he mused, trying to gather his nerves. Just as he began to dial up the Omnitrix, Najire suddenly pulled him into her arms, surprising him. His face flushed crimson as he found himself enveloped in her warmth, the heat radiating from her body sending butterflies swirling in his stomach. "Ready?" she asked playfully, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Before he could respond, she launched them skyward, her laughter ringing joyfully in his ears. "Hold on tight." Izuku's stomach dropped as they shot upwards, the world below shrinking rapidly. Panic surged through him, and his hands instinctively wrapped around Najire's neck, fingers brushing against the soft strands of her hair as he clung to her for dear life. "Ah! Najire!" he cried, his voice barely audible over the rush of wind. Najire soared effortlessly, her bright smile radiant as she glanced back at him, her eyes glimmering with delight. Izuku buried his head against her shoulder, seeking comfort, feeling both terrified and exhilarated. "En Najire, you know I can fly on my own, right?" he shouted over the wind, feeling the air whip past him like a roaring river. They burst through a thick cloud, creating a dazzling shockwave that sent a cascade of droplets dancing around them, shimmering in the sunlight like tiny diamonds. She giggled, her voice light and teasing. "Yeah, I know, but this is way more fun." The way her laughter filled the air made Izuku's heart race even faster. Daring to look up at her, he found their faces inches apart, and he felt his cheeks heat up further. His heart skipped a beat, overwhelmed by the proximity. As they soared higher, Izuku felt the rush of the wind, but it paled in comparison to the warmth radiating from Najire. Her laughter echoed in his ears, and he couldn't help but smile at the sheer joy on her face. He blushed seeing her smile. Feeling a surge of confidence, he loosened his grip just a bit, but his fingers remained gently tangled in her hair, as if anchoring himself to her. "Najire," Izuku said. Before he could gather his thoughts, Najire shot them higher into the air, her laughter ringing like a sweet melody in the vast blue above. As they reached the peak of their ascent, Izuku stretched out his hand, marveling at how he could almost touch the fluffy edges of a cloud with his fingertips. The feeling of freedom was intoxicating, but nothing compared to the thrill of sharing this moment with her. Najire couldn't take her eyes off him, her admiration sparkling in her gaze. In that shared silence, surrounded by the cheerful laughter and chatter of resort-goers below. As they landed back on the platform, Izuku clutched his chest, still trying to steady his heart. He, you should have seen your face," Najire teased, her laughter light and playful. Izuku, his cheeks slightly flushed with embarrassment and irritation, glanced away. "You know, I could have used one of my aliens. You didn't have to take me with you like that." Najire, smiling mischievously, began to fidget with her hands as she stepped closer too close. "I know, but I wanted to test something." His heart skipped a beat as she closed the distance, her face inches from his. Blushing fiercely, Izuku raised his hands defensively. "Why, you're really close." Najire tilted her head, her hair brushing against his arm. And what's wrong with that?" she asked, her voice sweet and innocent as she grabbed his hands, pulling them down gently. Izuku's pulse skyrocketed as her grip tightened, his face burning a deep red. It's just, why you're really close," he stammered, trying to look anywhere but at her. Najire leaned in even closer, her warm breath brushing against his skin. "Do you not like it when I'm close to you?" Izuku froze, his heart hammering. Well," his voice trailed off, his mind struggling to process the question. "Why is she so close to me?" Izuku shouted in his mind. She repeated it, this time her voice a little softer. "Do you not like when I'm close?" His blush deepened as her words echoed in his head. He swallowed nervously. "I mean, it's not that, it's just." Najire leaned in further, brushing her forehead lightly against his, her eyes wide with curiosity. "So, do you not like it when I'm close?" she asked again, her persistence making his face burn hotter. It's not that I don't like it," he finally blurted out, his words tumbling out in a panicked rush. "I'm just not used to pretty girls being so close to me." Najire's eyes brightened as she giggled softly. "You think I'm pretty?" Izuku's entire face felt like it was on fire now. "Why yeah, yeah, you're really pretty," he stuttered, unable to meet her gaze. "Well, I think you're cute," she said with a wide smile. "You're the first guy I've ever thought was cute." Her words left him speechless, a mix of confusion and flustered panic racing through his mind. "And I like it when you're close to me," Najire added, her voice softening as she gazed at him. So, do you like it when I'm close? Izuku squeezed his eyes shut, trying desperately to calm his pounding heart before giving a small, shy nod. I guess. Nejire beamed, her cheeks tinged pink as she continued holding his hands. Then you have to stay close to me from now on, she declared with a bright smile, still not letting go. Izuku and Nejire stood close, their gazes locked. For a moment, the world around them seemed to fade as Nejire's excited energy softened into something more delicate. Izuku swallowed nervously, his heart thudding in his chest as she inched closer, her blue eyes drawing him in. His breath hitched as their faces drew near, almost touching. Suddenly, the loudspeaker crackled to life, shattering the moment. All right, everyone, get ready for the annual competition, Present Mike's voice boomed through the air. Izuku jerked back, blinking as reality snapped back into focus. Was that Present Mike? He asked, his voice strained. He glanced at Nejire, whose face had flushed a deep pink, her head lowered in embarrassment. Why yeah. I guess we should get ready, Nejire said, her usual peppiness quickly returning. She released his hands, but her eyes still flickered back toward him, her face still a bit red. Oh, look, some of your classmates are coming, she said suddenly, grabbing his arm again. As her fingers tightened around his bicep, her eyes widened in surprise. Whoa, you're really muscular, mind if I touch? Without waiting for an answer, she began squeezing his arm, her cheeks flushing slightly. You said you need to exercise to control your quirk, right? Does that mean you're constantly working out? Wow, these muscles are awesome. She gushed, clearly enjoying the feeling. She had a small blush and a smile, clearly liking the feel. Izuku's face went beet red as he gently pried her hands away. We should probably get ready for the race, he stammered, trying to keep his voice steady. Nejire's bubbly enthusiasm and physical closeness were becoming a little too much to handle. Okay. Nejire pouted, but before they could say anything else, the sliding door opened with a loud thud. Bakugo, Kirishima, and Kaminari stepped out. Huh? Is that Midoriya? Kaminari asked, blinking in surprise. What? Bakugo's face twisted into rage, and in a flash, he stormed toward Izuku, explosions sparking in his hands. What the hell are you doing here, Deku? Izuku sighed, rubbing his temples. Hi, Bakugo, he muttered, sounding a bit exasperated. Turning away from Bakugo's anger, he looked at Kirishima and Kaminari instead. What are you guys doing here? Bakugo wanted to try the flight course, Kaminari explained, rubbing the back of his head with a sheepish grin. I guess it got him fired up since there's no official flight course. And we thought we'd watch him, Kirishima chimed in. But, what are you doing here with Hato? Before Izuku could answer, Bakugo gave him a hard shove. You extras done yapping or what? Or are you just gonna keep hanging around, stupid Deku? Bakugo barked, glaring at the group. Izuku winced, rubbing his shoulder. He shot a look at Nejire, who didn't really seem to care. Guess he's still mad about losing, he muttered, shaking his head. Yeah, getting beaten by the top dog of UA must have really bruised his ego, Kirishima chuckled, giving Izuku a reassuring grin. Izuku stood alongside Bakugo and Nejire, surrounded by a few other students he assumed had flight abilities. Some were stretching in preparation, while Nejire turned to him with a bright smile. From the stands, he spotted some of his classmates, including Momo, Mina, Ochako, and a few other girls, all cheering him on. Their encouraging shouts filled him with warmth. As the announcer's voice boomed across the arena, he felt a surge of excitement. All right, flyers, get ready. Let's see who will take to the skies. Izuku brought his wrist to his face, hearing the crowd's anticipation. He pressed the button on the Omnitrix, and the dial popped up, lighting up with a holographic display of his alien forms. He scrolled through his options, pausing as he considered which alien would be best for the challenge. Okay, Stinkfly is my best flyer, he said, glancing at Nejire with a hint of embarrassment. Though she's probably going to think I stink, he thought, sighing inwardly. With a determined nod, he raised his other hand and slammed down on the device. A brilliant green flash erupted, causing the crowd to gasp in surprise. Izuku felt his body ignite with energy as emerald flames engulfed him. Charcoal crackled around him, and when the light faded, he looked down at his new form. Heatblast? He questioned, slightly bewildered. Najire looked on in awe, poking a finger at his fiery body. The moment her finger made contact, she quickly pulled it back, burning her fingertip and popping it into her mouth to cool it off. "Sorry," Heatblast said, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. Najire pouted adorably, her expression eliciting coos from the boys in the stands and light glares from some of the girls directed at the flaming alien. Heatblast could feel their disapproval and realized he might not be getting any cheers from them. In the stands, a woman with emerald flaming hair cupped her chin, observing intently. "So that's who Endeavor wanted to come." "Heatblast?" Mina asked, her brow furrowing. "I thought he would go for Stinkfly, not the alien matchstick." Maybe he got the wrong alien," Toru mused, tilting her head. Momo cupped her chin thoughtfully. "It isn't the best form, but in terms of speed, he's strikingly fast. He can propel himself using his flames, so maybe that's his strategy for winning." "I was kinda hoping he would turn into Stinkfly, though," Setsuna chimed in, a mischievous glint in her eye. Everyone turned to Setsuna with incredulous expressions. "You wanted to smell the scent of hot garbage?" Yui asked incredulously. Setsuna flashed a toothy grin. "Well, any girl who caught a whiff of him would logically keep their distance, don't you think?" she said, gesturing toward Najire. The girls exchanged knowing glances, and Toru grumbled under her breath. "Stupid watch," she muttered, frustrated. The contestants took their positions on the starting line, tension thick in the air. Bakugo's palms crackled with mini explosions, smoke billowing out as he focused his intense gaze on the course ahead. His expression was a mix of determination and barely contained rage. Next to him, Najire's arms coiled with bright yellow energy, her hands positioned at her back, ready to launch herself into the air. The vibrant light radiating from her was almost mesmerizing, a stark contrast to Bakugo's explosive demeanor. Heatblast stood tall, his green flames brightening around him, flickering like a living fire. He mimicked Bakugo and Najire, positioning his hands at his back, but as the countdown began, something strange stirred within him. "I'm going to beat him. I'm going to win. I can't lose to anyone, especially not Bakugo." The desperation burned in Bakugo's mind. The heat radiating from Heatblast's flames made him sweat, a fact he would never admit was somewhat beneficial. It enhanced his explosions. "Bakugo looks intense," Kirishima commented, eyes wide as he took in the blonde's fierce expression. "Why yeah, talk about unhinged," Zero added, a nervous chuckle escaping him. "But I guess that's just how he always looks, so it's nothing new." He shrugged, trying to lighten the mood. Shoto's gaze remained fixed on Heatblast, curiosity flickering in his eyes. "Who do you think is going to win?" Momo asked, glancing at Todoroki, who remained contemplative. Just as he opened his mouth to respond, a voice cut through the air. "What the?" Todoroki. A curvaceous young woman approached, her fiery yellowish-green hair flowing behind her like flames. Her big red-orange eyes sparkled with mischief, and her pointy teeth gave her a sharp yet charming appearance. "Burnin'," Shoto replied, surprised as she flashed a toothy grin. "It's a small world. How come Endeavor didn't tell me you'd be coming over here?" Burnin exclaimed, her enthusiasm contrasting Shoto's usual monotone. Shoto shrugged, trying to remain nonchalant as he introduced her to his classmates. "Guys, this is Burnin. She's one of Endeavor's sidekicks." "Wow, love the enthusiasm," she replied with playful sarcasm, rolling her eyes. The girls quickly introduced themselves, their excitement evident. Burnin smiled, but her gaze drifted toward the course, and she quickly spotted Heatblast. "Hey, that's the kid who rejected Endeavor's internship," Burnin said, surprise etched on her face. The reaction from the group was immediate. Everyone except Jiru sputtered in shock. Wait, Endeavor sent him an internship?" Kaminari exclaimed, eyes wide. "That bastard. I knew he only went to Maruko for some weird reason," Zero added, indignation creeping into his voice. "Honestly, it's not too surprising. After the sports festival, Endeavor must have had his eye on Heatblast," Ojiro mused, his expression thoughtful. "Interest? Sure, you could call it that. But he would have just used him for grunt work, probably small tasks to keep him busy. All of Endeavor's focus is on Shoto. He's the only one he actually cares about pushing to get stronger," Burnin explained, crossing her arms as she regarded Shoto with a knowing look. "So, he dodged a bullet, then," Kyoka commented, relief evident in her tone. Burnin chuckled, her laughter light. Yeah, pretty much. Wait, then why even send him an internship? Toru asked, her brows knitting together in confusion. Shoto clenched his fist in irritation. He probably couldn't handle that someone else outperformed his precious creation or that someone had hotter flames than him. And the fact that Heatblast doesn't burn himself or suffer from overheating. Let's just say that kid isn't Endeavor's favorite, Burnin added, cupping her chin thoughtfully. I'd still like to see what he can do, she mused, her interest piqued. Momo furrowed her brow, curiosity flashing in her eyes, but why didn't he mention getting an internship from Endeavor? As they continued to watch the impending match, the stakes felt higher than ever, the air charged with anticipation. The countdown began, the tension thick in the air as each flyer prepared for the race ahead. Heatblast's fiery gaze remained fixed forward. All right, Izuku. I'm fast enough to take the lead if I give myself a rocket boost at the start. I'll blast ahead of everyone and let the fire carry me the rest of the way. 5. Heatblast's temperature surged, the flames across his body intensifying into a blazing inferno. But then something unexpected happened. The ground beneath him began to crack. At first, it was a subtle tremor, but within moments, jagged fissures erupted outwards from where he stood, splitting the earth with the sheer heat radiating from his body. What? Heatblast thought, eyes wide. Suddenly, the cracked ground beneath him gave way with a deafening roar as a chunk of molten rock ripped free from the earth, rising into the air as if it were drawn to his power. Heatblast hovered, suspended above the ground, standing atop a massive, burning chunk of rock that hovered mid-air. The intense heat had caused it to tear free, and now it floated, orbiting him like a comet. The crowd erupted in astonishment, gasping and shielding their eyes from the blinding heat as molten fragments rained down like embers. Whoa! This is new, Heatblast muttered, steadying himself on the searing platform beneath his feet, flames licking the surface of the rock. His surprise quickly morphed into a confident grin. Time to use this to my advantage. The girls in the stands watched, wide-eyed in awe. Why is always pulling crazy moves? Setsuna said. As the final seconds of the countdown ticked away, Heatblast steadied his stance, as the timer hit 0. With a thunderous roar, Bakugo blasted off the starting line in a surge of violent explosions. The shockwave from his launch shattered the ground beneath him, rocketing him forward at breakneck speed. Nejire surged into the sky, her quirk unleashing spiraling rings of energy from her hands and feet. The spirals pulsed with raw power, sending her higher and faster as she zipped through the air. Then, with a fiery explosion, Heatblast launched from his floating rock, riding it like a blazing meteor. The air crackled and roared around him as the superheated chunk of earth tore through the sky, leaving a trail of flames in its wake. The ground trembled beneath him, and the audience erupted in awe as Heatblast shot ahead. Bakugo's pupils shrank in disbelief as Heatblast rocketed past him. You damn nerd! He roared, gritting his teeth. The sheer speed of Heatblast had left him eating dust. Rage flared within Bakugo, and with a vicious snarl, he unleashed a volley of deafening explosions. Boom! 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 His hands detonated with immense force, sending him hurtling forward like a missile, determined to catch up. But Heatblast's speed was relentless. The molten rock beneath him seared the air, propelling him forward like a comet streaking across the sky. Flames erupted from his hands, adding to his velocity as he soared through the course. The heat radiating from him warped the very air around him, distorting the scene with shimmering waves of intense heat. Suddenly, a shockwave blasted past him. Nejire Hado, with a playful grin, had caught up. Her spirals of energy swirled wildly around her, pulsing with power as she unleashed another powerful shockwave. Boom! She rocketed ahead, the sheer force of her quirk pushing her forward like a torpedo. Catch me if you can, she teased, her voice light and taunting. Heatblast smirked, his eyes narrowing. Not so fast. He thrust his hands back, releasing a concentrated burst of emerald fire. The intense flames shot him forward, the air screaming around him as he matched her speed. The two of them were neck and neck, blazing through the course with the sound of roaring fire and crackling energy filling the air. Nejire's spirals pulsed brighter, her energy wrapping around her like a storm as she sent out another shockwave, propelling herself forward. But Heatblast was relentless, his flames surging hotter, brighter. With each thrust of his hands, he shot forward like a bullet, the heat of his flames leaving scorch marks in the air. Bakugo, struggling to keep up, gritted his teeth. His explosions blasted louder, faster, shaking the very sky with their force, but he could only watch as Heatblast and Nejire pulled further ahead. As they neared the finish line, Heatblast pushed his flames to the limit. His molten comet blazed hotter, glowing white-hot as it streaked toward the goal. Nejire, sensing the challenge, unleashed a massive shockwave, her spirals of energy thrumming with immense power as she rocketed forward one last time. The two of them exploded across the finish line, the sheer speed of their arrival sending a shockwave rippling through the arena. In a flash of green flames and spiraling energy, Heatblast managed to reach the finish line first. Heatblast transformed back into Izuku in midair, a flash of green light engulfing him as his feet touched the ground. The crowd erupted in cheers as Heatblast transformed back into Izuku in a massive green flash, leaping down from the floating rock to land on solid ground. The earth chunk disintegrated behind him as he touched the down, grinning ear to ear. The stadium roared with excitement, the race having kept everyone on the edge of the seat. Nejire was panting, her face drenched in sweat. She heard footsteps approaching and looked up to see Izuku, also breathing heavily, sweat pouring down his face. She smiled brightly. "Izuku, that was amazing," she said enthusiastically. "You were like whoosh, foom," Nejire added, animatedly recreating the race with hand gestures. Izuku grinned. "Not as amazing as you. I didn't know you could move that fast. You were incredible." "You beat me, though," Nejire admitted, still smiling. "I haven't lost a race in terms of flight and speed in a long time. The only one who comes close is Ryukyu." "Oh, so that's how you're able to maneuver so well. You practice with Ryukyu?" Izuku asked, intrigued. Nejire nodded. "Yeah, she taught me a lot. You have to show me some of those moves. The way you maneuvered through the air and propelled yourself was incredible," Izuku said, leaning closer without realizing it. Nejire blushed lightly. "Sure," she replied, grinning. "But next time, I'm totally going to beat you." Her eyes sparkled with excitement. "Actually, maybe when I'm free, we could go flying again. You're an amazing flyer, but I can tell you're not completely used to it yet. Your movements aren't stiff, but you rely heavily on your power and speed." Izuku's eyes lit up. "Really? That would be awesome. I'd love to learn from you." Nejire nodded eagerly. "Not many of the teachers at UA focus on aerial combat, so I had to learn a lot from Ryukyu." "Wow, that's impressive," Izuku said. "Maybe next time I can give you some tips," Nejire offered, still blushing a little. "I'd love that," Izuku agreed with excitement. Suddenly, the announcer's voice boomed across the arena. "And in first place, we have UA's Izuku Midoriya." Fireworks exploded from the runway as the crowd erupted in cheers. "In second place, we have one of the big three," the announcer continued, murmurs rippling through the stands. "Wait, the big three? Like, the top students at UA? They're the best in the country," someone in the crowd exclaimed. "I knew I recognized her, it's Nejire Hado," another shouted. "Nejire Hado, second place," the announcer roared, and the crowd's cheers grew even louder as Nejire waved to them. Izuku blinked in surprise. "Wow, Nejire is really popular. Not surprising, though. She's been the sports festival champion for 2 years in a row." "Woo-hoo!" Nejire cheered, enjoying the attention. "In third place, we have Katsuki Bakugo," the announcer added. Bakugo's hands shook, a clear sign of how hard he'd pushed himself to keep up with Nejire and Izuku. His face twisted into a snarl, his lips pulled back in frustration as veins bulged in his forehead. He stormed off as the winners were called to collect their prizes. "Hey, Bakugo, your prize, dude," Kaminari called out. "Shut it, dunce face," Bakugo barked, shoving his hands into his pockets as he walked off. Kirishima, Kaminari, and Siro exchanged glances, then shrugged. Izuku waved goodbye to his friends as he and Nejire were led off to collect their prizes. As they approached the booth, Izuku noticed a man waiting for them, a man wearing black glasses and flashing a wide grin filled with golden teeth. "Hey, look who it is, the first place winner himself. You mash it up out day with dat fire transformation, am I Breda?" The man greeted, his thick Jamaican accent unmistakable. Izuku smiled sheepishly. "Oh, thanks," he said, rubbing the back of his neck. So this is where we get our prizes." "Yeah, man. Dis a D-spot fi U prize. Since you grab first place, you get D top prize, seen?" The man stood up, cupping his chin in thought as he searched for something. Day a day," he exclaimed, pulling out a brown envelope and handing it to Izuku with a wide grin. Izuku bowed in thanks. "Thank you." He took the envelope and made his way to the elevator. As he descended, his curiosity got the better of him, and he quickly tore open the envelope. Huh? Izuku's eyes widened in shock. 2 tickets to Eternal Anime Expo? He blurted out in excitement. His heart raced as memories of the event flooded his mind. They hold this every 3 years to celebrate anime and manga, especially the classics. Ever since Quirks appeared, a lot of the old generation's art and culture was nearly lost. But at Eternal Anime Expo, people gathered to celebrate the old while embracing the new. Izuku's grin grew wider as his thoughts raced. Maybe they'll reveal something new from Attack on Titan. I just got to the part where Annie was revealed as the female Titan. Where do the Titans even come from? Oh man, I really hope Eren stops them. I know he's going to save everyone. His excitement bubbled over as he considered the possibilities. What if they've got new Naruto content? And One Piece is still going strong. I still haven't finished Steins Gate, though. Izuku's eyes gleamed, practically hopping in place from the excitement. The elevator finally came to a stop, and he hurriedly stepped out, still lost in his excitement. As he walked down the hall, his attention was caught by familiar voices. Ahead of him, he spotted Kendo standing beside Tetsu. "Come on, Kendo, let's test how manly we are," Tetsu said with his usual enthusiasm, his eyes gleaming with the challenge. Kendo sighed, rolling her eyes. "You do know I'm a girl, right? Saying, manly, is kind of an insult," she said with mild exasperation. You know that's not what I meant," Tetsu said, chuckling as he picked up the mallet for the strength test. "Being manly doesn't mean only men can be manly. You're pretty manly yourself, Kendo," he grinned, giving her a playful wink. Kendo shook her head but smiled slightly. "All right, if you say so," she muttered. Tetsu, his skin now coated in iron, lifted the mallet high before slamming it down onto the strength tester with all his might. The bell shot straight to the top with a loud clang. "Whoa, nice score," Kendo said, genuinely impressed. "That was incredible." Tetsu beamed with pride, puffing out his chest. Izuku watched them from a distance, feeling an odd twinge in his chest. The sight of Kendo and Tetsu getting along so well stirred something inside him, a pang of something unfamiliar. He quickly shook his head, trying to dispel the feeling, focusing instead on the excitement of his upcoming trip to Anime Expo. Izuku glanced back just in time to see Ituka step up to the strength tester, her teal eyes sparkling with confidence. "All right, I'm next," she announced with a grin. She spat into her hands, rubbing them together before gripping the massive mallet. With a sly smile, she enlarged her hands, preparing to swing. Izuku's gaze lingered as she raised the mallet high. The way her muscles tensed with each movement drew his attention, her toned arms and legs glistening slightly with sweat under the lights. His eyes drifted over her, admiring how her well-defined curves, her chest, her hips, her thighs, moved with power and grace. Her orange hair bounced as she swung, and he found himself momentarily mesmerized by her strength. The light caught her skin just right, and Izuku felt his heart skip a beat. "She's amazing," he thought, blushing as he realized just how intently he'd been staring. With a fierce grin, Ituka swung the mallet down with full force. The weight of the blow sent a shockwave through the strength tester, and the bell wasn't just hit, it was obliterated. The entire mechanism cracked under her immense strength, and with a loud clang, the bell shot off into the air, flying past the top as the machine's structure crumbled. The onlookers gasped in awe as pieces of the game scattered on the ground. "Oops," she said with a sheepish smile, resting the mallet on her shoulder like it was no big deal. "Guess I overdid it a bit." Izuku's heart pounded as he tried to focus on anything but how impressed he was by her power. "Enjoying the view?" a voice teased suddenly. Izuku nearly jumped out of his skin, snapping his head around to find Mineta and Kaminari grinning like mischievous demons. "What's this?" The innocent cinnamon roll Izuku Midoriya, perving on the class's big sis," Kaminari teased, nudging Mineta. Izuku groaned, his face growing even redder. "Didn't think you were into that whole sister thing, but hey, some incest really turns people on," Mineta added with a lecherous grin. "I wasn't perving, I was just," Izuku stammered, but his words trailed off as he realized how lame that sounded. Mineta rubbed his hands together like a cartoon villain. "Heh, if you weren't doing anything wrong, you won't mind if we tell her how you were checking her out, huh?" Mineta's smirk widened as he started to stand, clearly ready to cause some trouble. Izuku's eyes widened in panic as he spotted Ituka and Tetsu coming over, having heard their voices. "Oh no, here she comes," Mineta said in a sing-song voice. "Oh, Kendo." Before Mineta could finish, Izuku swiftly delivered a precise chop to both him and Kaminari's necks. Gawk. Ack. The two perverts crumpled to the ground, unconscious. Izuku stood over them, chest heaving slightly, when he heard Itsuka's voice. "Izuku," she called out cheerfully, jogging over with a wide smile. Izuku immediately stiffened, his whole body freezing as she approached. His heart raced, and he desperately hoped she hadn't overheard anything. Itsuka raised an eyebrow when she saw Kaminari and Mineta lying on the ground. Why are they knocked out?" she asked, gesturing at the unconscious duo. Izuku's face flushed as he looked away. "They were making some perverted comments about you, sigh. Kinda knocked them out," he admitted sheepishly, his voice trailing off. Itsuka sighed, crossing her arms. "Honestly, why are boys so obsessed with a girl's body?" she muttered, shaking her head. Not really sure. I guess it's just natural instincts," Izuku replied awkwardly, still avoiding eye contact as he tried to ignore the heat rising in his cheeks. Itsuka rolled her eyes but smiled. "I probably shouldn't be asking the guy who can't even ogle girls properly," she teased, placing her hands on her hips as she leaned toward him slightly. Izuku blushed harder, fumbling for words. "I just don't want to ogle girls. Plus, girls get really scary when they think you're looking at them in a, sexual way," he said, trying to explain himself. I mean, I think it's okay as long as it's not in a creepy way, Itsuka sighed, crossing her arms. "Why are guys so obsessed with a girl's body? It's like they can't help themselves." Izuku scratched the back of his head awkwardly. "I guess it's just instincts or something." Itsuka smirked, rolling her eyes. "Probably shouldn't be asking the guy who can't even ogle a girl without getting embarrassed," she teased, leaning in playfully with her hands on her hips. Izuku blushed even more, trying to defend himself. "I just don't want to make girls uncomfortable. Plus, when girls think you're staring at them in that way, they get really scary." Itsuka cupped her chin thoughtfully. "I mean, as long as it's not creepy, I think it's fine. It's natural, right?" Izuku shook his head, still flustered. "From my experience, it always feels creepy, no matter what." Itsuka chuckled softly, shaking her head as they started walking away from the unconscious duo. They began chatting mindlessly, both feeling a flutter in the chest from each other's company. The sun began to set, casting a warm glow over the horizon as Izuku and Itsuka strolled toward the beach. As they walked, Izuku's danger sense tingled slightly, and a volleyball hurtled toward them. Reacting instantly, Izuku caught the ball with ease. "Sorry, Midori." Toru's voice rang out as she ran over, with Kaminari casually trailing behind her. Izuku tossed the ball back, smiling. "It's fine," he replied as Toru effortlessly caught it. A moment later, Kirishima approached with his usual wide grin. "Hey, we're about to play some volleyball. You guys in?" Kirishima asked, full of enthusiasm. Itsuka's eyes lit up with excitement. "Awesome. We're so in," she said, grabbing Izuku by the arm and dragging him toward the group. Most of their classmates were already on the beach, either relaxing or getting ready for the game. Kyoka had claimed a bench, reclining comfortably as she watched the night sky. A short distance away, Imajiki and Todoroki were being buried in the sand, Shiro and Mineta covering Todoroki, who looked indifferent yet peaceful, while Mirio and Najire were busy burying Imajiki. "This is nice. Maybe I'll just hide in this sand forever," Imajiki mumbled, earning a gentle pat on the head from Najire. "So, 5-on-5? Kirishima asked, glancing at the small group that had gathered: Ochako, Izuku, Itsuka, Tsuyu, and Toru. Itsuka grinned, stretching her arms behind her head. Sure. Izuku, you good with this? I guess so, but I thought we were all going to relax, Izuku replied, looking at his friends. Ochako's eyes gleamed with a competitive fire, her aura practically radiating energy. She didn't even need to say anything for Izuku to realize she was ready for battle. Guess not, Izuku muttered. You're looking really intense, Ochako, Tsuyu noted, eyeing her friend curiously. Ochako clenched her fist with determination. We're going to get an undeniable win, she declared. Izuku's sweat dropped, thinking, you're starting to sound like Bakugo. So, who's going to be on your team? Toru asked just as Shiro, Kaminari, and Bakugo approached. As expected, Bakugo had his usual scowl plastered across his face. Izuku could already feel Bakugo's eyes locking onto him, ready for a challenge. Tsuyu leaned in, whispering into his ear. Izuku, are you sure you should be playing? Ribbit. Bakugo looks like he's ready to kill you. Yeah, he always does, Izuku replied with a nervous chuckle. Tsuyu put a finger to her chin, still concerned. That's true, but he seems more on edge, like he's just waiting for an excuse to pick a fight with you. Izuku glanced at her. Okay, how about we set some rules to make sure things don't get too crazy? Ribbit. Tsuyu didn't seem entirely convinced but nodded anyway. Before they could settle anything, Bakugo's voice cut through the conversation. All right, extras, let's get this done, he barked. Itsuka leaned toward Toru, whispering, does he ever stop shouting? Toru snickered. Nope, he's like a dog, barking all the time. Their quiet exchange earned some giggles, but Bakugo wasn't having it. Take this seriously, you damn extras, we're playing for real, no baby rules, Bakugo growled, glaring at the group, clearly not in the mood for jokes. Kirishima grinned, giving Bakugo a hearty slap on the back. Chill, man. We're just here to have fun. Izuku, sensing the need to calm things down, suggested, how about we agree on a few rules first? Good idea, Itsuka added, clapping her hands together, we don't want things getting out of control. Yeah, like no using quirks to attack people, Shiro chimed in, shooting a glance at Bakugo, who was most likely to cross that line. TCH, Bakugo scoffed, clearly uninterested. Whatever. Let's just get this over with so I can crush you extras already. As they walked toward the net, Kendo leaned in close to Izuku, whispering with a mischievous grin. Okay, let's totally embarrass Explosion Boy over there. Izuku smirked, nodding. Don't worry. An old four-armed friend is about to make an appearance real soon. Itsuka turned to him, raising an eyebrow with a playful, flirtatious smile. Oh, since when did you get into showing people up? Izuku shrugged with a grin. I don't know, maybe you're just a bad influence on me. She giggled, giving him a playful nudge before they positioned themselves on their side of the net. Across from them stood Bakugo, Kaminari, Shiro, Tetsu, and Kirishima, all ready for the match. Bakugo, of course, looked like he was already aiming to demolish the other team, glaring fiercely at Izuku's side as he stepped up to serve. With a deafening boom, Bakugo's hand exploded as he spiked the volleyball into the air, sending it hurtling toward Izuku's team like a missile. The sheer force of his blast sent a wave of sand spraying into the air as the ball rocketed toward them. Izuku reacted in an instant, activating One for All and leaping high into the air. As he soared upward, he pressed the button on the Omnitrix, ready to call on four arms. But as the dial lit up, a flash of bright green light erupted, and when it cleared, Izuku realized he wasn't four arms. Ditto? Izuku's duplicated voice exclaimed as he looked down at his smaller form. Two identical versions of Ditto split off, both reacting quickly as the ball came flying toward them. Tsuyu. Ditto 1 shouted. Catch, Ditto 2 echoed as they both batted the ball with perfect synchronization, sending it flying toward Tsuyu. With a quick flick of her tongue, Tsuyu snagged the ball midair, catching it easily before launching it back to Kendo for a perfect set. Here it comes. Kendo shouted as she enlarged her hand, the massive limb crashing down on the ball with incredible force. It sailed over the net like a cannonball, heading straight for Bakugo's team. Bakugo was already prepared. He launched himself into the air, using a powerful explosion to rocket upward. His palms crackled with energy as he smashed the ball with an explosive spike. Ditto scrambled to intercept, but Bakugo's attack was too strong. The ball shot past his outstretched hands and slammed into the sand on their side of the court. 1 point for us. Bakugo crowed, a smug grin plastered on his face as smoke billowed from his hands. Ditto stood up, brushing the sand off his body. Sorry, guys. No worries, Dekiru, Ochako said, her eyes blazing with competitive fire. They only got 1 point. We're going to beat them. She cracked her knuckles with determination. Exactly, Ituka added, sharing Ochako's intense energy. Ditto smiled but then paused, glancing around in confusion. Wait. Where's the other Ditto? He asked, realizing his clone was missing. Tsuyu tilted her head. Izuku, you haven't duplicated yourself yet, she said calmly, her expression unreadable. Huh? Are you sure? Ditto asked, scratching his head. Tsuyu nodded, and Ditto shrugged, duplicating himself again without any issues. Danger sense wasn't going off, so everything seemed fine. However, off in the distance, a Ditto could be seen casually walking away with Mina. The game reset as Bakugo stepped up to serve again, his palm exploding with power as he sent the ball rocketing over the net. Ditto immediately split into several more clones, each one surrounded by crackling one for all energy. They moved like lightning, darting across the sand, creating a whirlwind of dust that obscured the other team's vision. Damn it, I can't see a thing, Kaminari shouted, squinting through the sandstorm. He's kicking up the sand on purpose, Tetsu growled, trying to shield his eyes. High above the court, Ochako floated weightlessly, using her quirk to hover just over the net. With perfect timing, she spiked the ball down hard, sending it flying past Tetsu, who was just a second too slow to react. Yes. First point. Ochako cheered, sticking her tongue out playfully. Great shot, Ochako, Tsuyu said, as she noticed Yui Kodai approaching the game, her presence unnoticed by most due to the sandstorm. Without a word, she grabbed one of the Ditto clones and casually walked off with him. Bakugo, clearly frustrated, started barking orders. Don't let them gain any momentum, damn extras. The game pressed on with more intensity. Bakugo retaliated, launching himself into the air with a powerful explosion, spiking the ball with a vicious strike. Tsuyu reacted quickly, using her tongue to expertly pass the ball to Ditto, who leapt into the air and slammed it back toward the other team. The ball rocketed over the net, looking like it was about to score. Another point. Kendo shouted, pumping her fist in excitement. But just as the ball seemed destined to hit the sand, Tetsu, now fully hardened, jumped up and blocked it with an impressive show of strength. Not so fast, he smirked as the ball ricocheted off his steel body and wobbled toward the ground. Toru, still invisible, made a desperate dive to save it, but the ball just barely weaved past her, hitting the sand with a soft thud. Yes. 2 points. We're in the lead, Kirishima cheered, pumping his fist in victory. Bakugo launched the ball over the net with a powerful explosion, sending it rocketing straight toward Tsuyu. But just before she could react, Toru appeared out of nowhere, blocking the ball in a flash. Tsuyu quickly used her tongue to catch it before it hit the ground. Kendo, set me up, Tsuyu called, flicking the ball towards Ituka, who was already preparing to spike. Here it comes, Kendo shouted, her hand enlarged, spiking the ball with tremendous force. It soared like a missile, but Bakugo and Tetsu were ready. Bakugo rocketed into the air with a scowl. Not on my watch, he yelled, smacking the ball back. The ball ricocheted off Bakugo's hands, but Zero quickly shot his tape across the court, snagging the ball midair and launching it back over the net. Ditto sprang into action. One of his clones leapt high, intercepting the ball, and passed it to Ochako, who was still floating effortlessly above the court. Ready, Ochako called, spiking the ball with precision, aiming for the backcourt. Bakugo, refusing to let it go, exploded upwards once again, blasting the ball back with a trail of smoke following it. Ditto dove forward, just barely managing to keep the ball in play, sending it to Tsuyu, who caught it expertly with her tongue. With a swift flick, Tsuyu passed the ball back to Kendo. She jumped high, her hand enlarging again, and slammed the ball with all her might. This time, the ball found its mark, crashing into Bakugo's side of the court, untouched. Yes. Ditto cheered, pumping his fist. Woohoo! Ochako shouted in excitement, floating back down to the ground. Another Ditto turned to her with a grin. You're really getting good at floating yourself like that. Hee, thanks, Ochako replied, scratching her cheek with a shy smile. I still can't hold it for too long, but I'm definitely improving. Ditto chuckled before glancing around and freezing. Huh? Where did my other Dittos go? He asked, scanning the area. Ochako's face immediately turned guilty as she whistled innocently, looking away. Bakugo growled in frustration, his teeth gritted. This isn't over, he yelled, shaking off his annoyance as he prepared for another serve. Ditto, snapping out of his confusion, split himself into a few more clones, spreading out to cover the blind spots. With another explosion, Bakugo served again, this time aiming for Toru. The ball whistled through the air, and Toru barely managed to dodge as it sailed past her. Kendo caught the ball and quickly passed it to Ochako, who was still floating above the net. Ochako sent the ball towards the Dittos, who split again, this time with two clones rising into the air to spike the ball simultaneously. Their combined force and speed sent the ball hurtling toward the other side. Kaminari leapt to block, but misjudged the timing, and the ball slipped past him, slamming into the sand with a satisfying thud. That's 3 points, Ditto shouted triumphantly, high-fiving his teammates. Bakugo stood on the other side, teeth clenched in frustration as he glared at the victorious team. Kirishima and Tetsu walked up with wide grins, extending their hands toward the girls. That was an awesome game, Kirishima said enthusiastically. You guys were incredible. Yeah, you totally nailed it, Tetsu added with a grin, shaking hands with the opposing team. As the teams gathered near the net, Kaminari walked up with a carefree grin, rubbing the back of his neck. Man, that was intense. You guys really brought the heat, he laughed, shaking his head. I totally misjudged that last spike, though. Zero chuckled, casually tossing the volleyball in his hands. Yeah, no kidding. But hey, we gave it our best shot. I'm just glad Bakugo didn't blow anyone up. He threw a sideways glance at Bakugo, who was still scowling, his hands in his pocket. Kaminari playfully nudged Bakugo. Lighten up, dude. It's just a game. Besides, we've got a rematch in us, right? Bakugo slapped away his hand. Get off me, he said before walking away. Ditto, still slightly confused and groggy from his earlier battle, spotted something strange, Ditto-like footprints leading away from him. He rubbed his chin in suspicion, following the trail until he reached the beach. What greeted him made his jaw drop. There, sitting comfortably, were the students from classes 1A and 1B, along with the Big Three, all of them engaged in various activities. And, to his shock, they weren't alone. Each girl had a Ditto either sitting on their lap or right next to them. His eyes widened as he gasped, "You guys kidnapped me." The girls flinched, clearly caught off guard. Juru, who had a Ditto sitting next to her while she teased him with her earphone jack, stuttered, "Oh. Green." She was sweating profusely, trying to keep up her nonchalant act while they listened to music together. Momo, seated with a book in hand and another Ditto beside her who seemed utterly engrossed in whatever she was reading, simply glanced up. "I see you've finished your game," she said with a soft smile. Further down the beach, Mina was breakdancing while a Ditto mirrored her moves, both having the time of their lives. Yui, who rarely showed much expression, had another Ditto sitting on her lap as they watched a movie on her phone, her lips pressed in a barely there smile. Najire had a Ditto resting on her lap, cheerfully pinching his cheeks while she giggled. Ditto's eye twitched as he took in the sight. "How could you kidnap me?" The girls blushed faintly, each turning their heads away as if they hadn't just been caught red-handed. Yui, ever blunt, shrugged and said, "Easy. We just took you while you were distracted by the game." Ditto turned to his copies, exasperated, "And how could you guys let them take you?" The Ditto clones flinched, their small eyes shimmering with guilt. "Sorry. We were weak to temptation," one of the Dittos cried, voice breaking as if on the verge of tears. The girls all cooed in unison, their expressions softening at the adorable display. Najire's Ditto chimed in. Najire said she'd tell me more about our quirk, as he leaned comfortably in her lap. Another Ditto, sitting by Momo, added, "Momo wanted to show me a new book. It's pretty interesting, actually. I mean, Kyoka's got the deep dope album. Who can say no to that? The Ditto next to Jiru explained, bobbing his head to the music. Ditto slapped his forehead, groaning in defeat. All right. You've had your fun, but now it's time to turn back. No, the girls said in unison, their tone decisive. WH. What? Ditto sputtered, then sighed heavily. Actually, you know what? I know where this is going, so I'm not even going to argue. As he went the Omnitrix module on his head. Nejire, however, wasn't done. Clutching her Ditto close with watery eyes, she pouted, No, you can't take my Ditto away. He doesn't want to stay with me. Her adorable expression only deepened as she nuzzled the tiny creature, who simply shrugged in agreement. Ditto stared blankly, Nejire's puppy dog eyes working their magic on him. Must resist Nejire's cuteness, he groaned, shoulders slumping in defeat. Finally, with a sigh of resignation, he muttered, Fine. Yay. Nejire cheered, hugging her Ditto close. Ochako, Tsuyu, Toru, and Ituka arrived at the scene, each of them fixing Ditto with wide, pleading puppy dog eyes. Ditto groaned inwardly, knowing exactly what they wanted. He sighed, closing his eyes for a moment before splitting himself into several clones, much to their delight. Each girl eagerly scooped up a Ditto clone, Ochako with a bright smile, Tsuyu giving a simple, thanks, ribbit, Toru giggling as her invisible form gently hugged hers, and Ituka receiving the last one with a confident grin. Meanwhile, under the blanket of the night sky, Abara sat on a grassy patch with a Ditto resting peacefully on her lap. Her serene gaze was fixed on the twinkling stars above, while her gentle humming filled the quiet air around them. The scene was tranquil, almost sacred, as she absent-mindedly ran her fingers through the Ditto's soft, pliable skin. You seem troubled, little one. Abara spoke softly, her voice carrying a kind, almost ethereal tone. Do you wish to be elsewhere? The Ditto nestled in her lap shook his head vigorously, looking up at the endless expanse of stars. No, I'm at peace, he said, his small voice filled with contentment as he basked in the calm atmosphere. Not too far from them, Setsuna was lounging lazily on a beach towel, her mischievous grin never leaving her face as she tossed a beach ball back and forth with her Ditto. Every few moments, her disembodied fingers would sneakily poke the Ditto, causing him to laugh and wiggle as he tried to swat them away. Come on, mophead, you've got to be faster than that, Setsuna teased, her eyes gleaming with playful energy, though a faint blush dusted her cheeks. Ditto, rubbing his temples as though sensing the chaos around him, groaned. Why is it always me? He muttered before catching the ball with a resigned smile, his earlier frustration softening in the light of their fun. He tossed it back to Setsuna, who caught it with a slight smirk, her blush deepening ever so slightly. The cool night air gently brushed against the UA students as they gathered by the soft, crackling warmth of the bonfire. Each of the girls still had a Ditto clone with them, and it felt a little like having Izuku all to themselves. The intimacy of their conversations, the quiet moments shared between them, it made their hearts flutter, savoring every second. Nejire sat cross-legged, a blush coloring her cheeks as the Ditto on her lap seemed perfectly at ease with her. She gently hugged him, her heart racing as she realized he wasn't uncomfortable in the slightest. The warmth of his presence made her smile, and she couldn't help but squeeze him a little tighter, her affection barely contained. Across the way, Ochako shared mochi snacks with another Ditto, the two of them chatting about anything and everything. She leaned in close, enjoying the closeness of the moment, her cheeks dusted with pink as they laughed together over a shared joke. Ituka sat nearby, laughing heartily with her own Ditto, their conversation lighthearted as they teased each other. A little farther off, Pony's eyes sparkled in the glow of her phone screen, watching an anime with a Ditto beside her. She could have sworn her heart skipped a beat when he smiled at the screen, just as invested in the show as she was. Meanwhile, Setsuna had finally convinced her Ditto to settle down and watch Jurassic Park with her. She grinned widely as they watched the dinosaurs roar to life on the screen, the thrill of the movie mirrored in her expression. She occasionally glanced at him, noting how engrossed he was in the film, her heart warming at the shared experience. Surrounded by the warmth of the fire and the quiet companionship of the night, Ditto's thoughts wandered as he stared up at the stars. The twinkling lights above seemed infinite, and for a moment, a sense of awe filled him. To think, in that starry expanse, there are actual aliens out there, Ditto mused, the weight of that realization pressing down on him. The forms I can turn into. Heatblast, 4 arms, upgrade. They're all out there. In the galaxy somewhere. And there are probably even more aliens hidden within the Omnitrix that I haven't unlocked yet. His gaze deepened as he stared at the vastness of space, each distant star a potential home for a new alien form, waiting to be discovered. So many, he thought, overwhelmed by the sheer scale of the universe. Then, his thoughts turned to his father. A heavy feeling settled in his chest as he wondered, and Dad, even with all those powerful aliens, you were still their greatest hero? A pit of doubt formed in his stomach, the weight of his father's legacy pressing down on him as he silently reflected beneath the starlit sky. Ditto's mind swirled with thoughts as he stared up at the stars, the weight of his responsibility heavy on his small alien shoulders. The guys Dad fought. They're probably just as dangerous as Ghost Freak. And Vilgax. His thoughts lingered on the terrifying name, anxiety creeping into his chest. Vilgax. Someone so powerful and dangerous that the entire universe is afraid of him. Even All Might seemed terrified. Is it because I'm not ready? Or because he doesn't think he can protect me from him? The thought unsettled Ditto. The symbol of peace. He mused, glancing over at his friends who were enjoying the evening around the bonfire. How many symbols of peace exist out there in the universe? I'm sure there are aliens who have their own beacon of hope, their own heroes who protect them without fear. A dark thought crept into his mind. How many of them has Vilgax killed? The idea of All Might losing terrified him to the core. The thought of someone who could beat All Might, who could take him down, sent a shiver through his body. And he's coming after me, for the Omnitrix. Ditto clenched his fists, determination rising within him. It's up to me. I have to be their hero, their symbol of something. He chuckled softly to himself, shaking his head. Maybe not aiming for the symbol of peace anymore. Symbol of aliens? No, that sounds too weird. Symbol of all? Like Omni, which means all, and one for all. He cringed at the thought, realizing how silly it sounded. But then, a new idea sparked in his mind. If I'm going to take All Might's place, I need to understand what it truly means to be a hero. What made All Might such a great hero to everyone? What do people want to see in the next symbol of peace? He sat up abruptly, a plan forming in his head. Hey guys. Ditto called out, his voice breaking through the quiet night. Everyone turned toward him, curious. The other Dittos perked up, watching him with interest. What's up? Kirishima asked, his usual enthusiasm shining through. The rest of the students murmured, glancing over. Bakugo, of course, tried to ignore them, though Ditto could tell he was still listening from the corner of his eye. Ditto hesitated for a moment, his heart racing. How am I supposed to say, hey, I'm All Might's chosen successor and I need to know what kind of hero I should be, without sounding like an idiot? He panicked internally but quickly came up with an excuse. Well, with the hero killer's ideology and everything that's been happening, plus all these emails I've been getting asking what it means to be a hero. I got kinda curious, Ditto said, hoping it sounded casual enough. I mean, we're all classmates, and with all the crazy stuff that's been going on, isn't it natural to wonder what kind of heroes we want to be? Or what you all think a true hero is? Everyone exchanged glances, considering his words. Ditto was surprised by how convincing his alien form made him sound, even if his heart was racing. Kirishima cupped his chin thoughtfully. What I think makes an amazing hero is, I used to believe a true hero was someone who never freezes. That in the face of danger, they'd show no fear, he admitted, glancing down at his palms before clenching his fists. Mina, sitting nearby, seemed to understand the deeper meaning behind his words. But, he continued with a smirk, I heard this story that really inspired me. A hero, in my opinion, saves people despite their fear. They can be scared out of their mind, but if they push past that fear and do what needs to be done, that's what makes a real hero. Kirishima clenched his fist again, this time with more conviction. The group sat in silence for a moment, processing his words. Some exchanged glances, admiration clear on their faces. Kamakiri gave a smirk and a nod of respect. Manly, Tetsu said, giving Kirishima a fist pump, which he eagerly returned. Ditto, perched on Itsuka's lap, couldn't help but agree. He'd been scared plenty of times before, but All Might once told him that even he hid behind a smile to mask his fear. That thought resonated deeply with him now. Ituka, hugging Ditto a little closer, spoke up next. Being a hero, in my opinion, is about protecting others, she said, her tone calm but firm. Using our strength to protect those who can't protect themselves. Being a shield for the weak. Some nodded in agreement, her words resonating with their own thoughts. Jiru twirled her earphone jack absent-mindedly before adding, a hero isn't just about strength. It's about standing up for what's right. For me, real strength doesn't make someone a hero. What does is standing by your beliefs, even when it's hard. Ida's gaze softened as he thought of his brother. A hero is someone who can help a crying child and guide them back home. That, to me, is the mark of an amazing hero. There was a brief pause as everyone considered the question, some still searching for their own answers. Then, Mirio, always bright and cheerful, shot his hand into the air. Let me go, he exclaimed excitedly. You don't have to raise your hand, Zero teased, earning a round of soft chuckles. But Mirio just laughed it off with his usual charm. In my opinion, Mirio began with a grin. Being a hero is about being able to smile in the worst situations, and making sure that smile reassures people, too. We can't save everyone, but that doesn't mean we don't try our hardest to do it anyway. As he finished, there was a collective feeling of admiration. Several students nodded in agreement, their eyes reflecting the warmth of the fire and the seriousness of the conversation. Some smiled, while others exchanged quiet glances of understanding. The moment, however, was interrupted by a familiar voice. Enough with the feel-good crap, Bakugo grumbled, his voice cutting through the calm air. You're all just spouting nonsense. The only thing that matters is winning and being the best. Everything else is just extra. A few sighed, some rolled their eyes, but there was a faint smirk on some faces. Typical Bakugo. Always brash, always unapologetically blunt. TCH. Bakugo scoffed. You extras don't know a damn thing. His eyes swept over the group, challenging anyone to defy him. Heroes win. That's what they do. They fight villains, and they always come out on top. Several eyebrows raised, but he continued undeterred. A real hero always wins, no matter what. That's why All Might is the best. He never loses. He wins, every time. This time, his voice lowered, filled with cold intensity. That's why I'll surpass All Might. I'll be a better hero than he ever was. I'll take the #1 spot and become the greatest hero this world has ever seen. The silence that followed was heavy. Everyone processed his words, but it was Momo who finally spoke up, her tone crisp yet laden with disappointment. So let me understand your reasoning, Bakugo, she said, her voice sharp and refined. In your mind, a hero is someone who uses their strength to trample over others, to prove their power by defeating anyone, in your case villains. Bakugo narrowed his eyes at her, but she didn't flinch. In fact, her expression hardened, sending daggers his way. That's not the mindset of a hero, she said, her voice cold. That's the mindset of a bully. She said, everyone could hear the venom from her words. Words were laced with an undeniable sting, and Bakugo could sense something more beneath the surface, as if she knew a truth about him. She held his gaze, not backing down. A true hero doesn't impose their will or prove themselves by beating down others. They protect. Something you know little of, Momo said, making Bakugo glare at her as she narrowed her eyes. If you think that trampling over others will make you #1, or somehow surpass All Might, then you're a fool, Momo said sharply, her eyes narrowing into a glare that could pierce through steel. No one would ever want to be protected by someone who only cares about defeating their opponent. And from what I've seen in our rescue training, you've shown a clear disdain for anything that doesn't let you flaunt how great of a combatant you think you are. The tension in the room thickened. Bakugo's fists clenched tighter, his jaw set in fury, but he could sense the depth behind Momo's words, an accusation, perhaps, or a truth he was unwilling to face. His glare burned into her, but she didn't waver. Then, the sound of slow, sarcastic clapping echoed through the room. Monoma, wearing a smug grin, looked over at Bakugo with a glint in his eyes. Well, he drawled. Seems like someone has it all figured out, huh? Bakugo's glare shifted toward Monoma, irritation simmering just beneath the surface. With a frustrated, TCH, he turned away, his frustration palpable. Kirishima smirked. I get that. Always winning to protect people. That's pretty manly. Itsuka shot him a deadpan look. No, he just said he wants to beat up villains, she replied. Monoma continued despite the interruption. Everyone thinks being a hero means having the strongest quirk or standing in the spotlight, right? He gestured toward Bakugo for emphasis. Wait, what about Midoriya? Kirishima asked. Yeah, but he hates being in the spotlight, so he barely counts. The Dittos nodded in agreement. It was no secret that Izuku preferred to stay out of the limelight. His introverted nature made him shy, and his past with Aldria gave him anxiety whenever all eyes were on him. Anyways, in my opinion, that's nonsense. Having the strongest or flashiest quirk shouldn't matter. Being a hero is about doing what no one expects and proving them wrong. It's about recognizing that even supporting characters have a role to play, and sometimes we can outshine the lead, Monoma declared. His words struck a chord with several students from both Class A and Class B. A true hero uses their brains, their heart, and even what might be considered a weak or not so flashy quirk if that's all they have. Jiro and I both agree, strength alone doesn't make you a great hero. It's about using what you've been given to turn the tide, even if no one's paying attention. That's what makes a true hero. Monoma's passionate speech garnered some reluctant respect from Class A. The blonde may have been annoying, but damn, he could deliver a speech. He could sense the admiration in the room and wore a smug grin on his face to match. Abara sighed. Honestly, I do not why people are so eager to prove their worth as a hero, Abara said with a bit of exasperation. A hero is servant of the people, one who seeks not glory but the betterment of the world. To be a hero means to uphold justice and protect the innocent. Abara said before seemingly having a long-away look. A true doesn't just save lives, I believe true heroism is about guiding those who are lost in the dark, who believe the world is a cruel dark place that they have no home. To remind even at the darkest there's always a light if hope at the end. The Dittos felt like something struck a chord with them. A true hero does more than just save the day, they go above and beyond to save everyone. That even though they may not believe they aren't in need of saving, a true hero will always strive to save them, even saving someone's soul, Abara said. Ditto looked at the starry night thinking of a friend who he couldn't save. Saving someone's soul, Ditto thought as his mind drifted off. Abara sighed. Honestly, I don't understand why people are so eager to prove their worth as heroes, she said, a hint of exasperation in her voice. A hero is a servant of the people. Someone who seeks not glory, but the betterment of the world. To be a hero means upholding justice and protecting the innocent. Her gaze seemed to drift off into the distance for a moment. A true hero doesn't just save lives. I believe true heroism is about guiding those who feel lost in the dark, who believe the world is a cruel place where they have no home. It's about reminding them that, even in the darkest times, there's always a light of hope at the end. The Dittos felt a chord resonate within them. A true hero does more than just save the day, they go above and beyond to help everyone. Even if someone doesn't believe they need saving, a true hero will always strive to reach them, even saving someone's soul, Abara continued. Ditto gazed up at the starry night, thinking of a friend he couldn't save. Saving someone's soul, he pondered as his mind wandered. The next morning, Najire eagerly woke the girls, dragging them out of their rooms for a spa morning. Right now, she was attempting to pull the last girl out of her room. Spa, Kyoka yawned. Morning. That sounds stupid. She slammed the door, but a foot stopped it from closing. Come on, get up. This is going to be fun, Najire exclaimed, undeterred. No, sleep. Go away. Kyoka groaned before suddenly feeling her leg yanked out from under her, landing on the floor with a thud. Why? Kyoka moaned, looking up at Najire's cheerful, beaming face. Because I booked the spa for all of us. Come on, Jiro, it'll be so much fun, Najire said, her smile nearly blinding. Kyoka groaned dramatically, making fake sobs. Too bright. Fine, Kyoka relented. Yay, Najire clapped, her excitement infectious. The serene atmosphere of the spa enveloped the girls from Class A and a few from Class B as they lay on their massage tables, wrapped in soft, fluffy towels. The gentle sound of trickling water and soothing music created an ambiance of pure relaxation. Momo and Nejire sighed deeply, feeling the tension in their shoulders ease as the skilled therapists began to work on their backs. "This feels heavenly," Momo murmured. "I know, right," Nejire agreed. Kyoka watched the two with a puzzled expression, baffled by their contentment. "Oh, I guess there's a downside to having big boobs, huh?" Mina teased, causing Nejire and Momo to sigh again as the therapists continued their work. Kyoka, observing how relaxed the other girls were, thought that maybe not having big boobs wasn't so bad after all. Next, the girls enjoyed a warm sauna. The warm, humid air enveloped them as they settled onto the wooden benches, the heat soothing their tired muscles. "Ribbit," Tsuyu said blissfully. Ituka relaxed into the warm steam, feeling all her worries melt away. And finally, the girls lounged in plush robes, surrounded by calming music and the soothing sound of water trickling down. Momo reclined in a massage chair, her hair wrapped in a towel, alongside the other girls, all relishing the blissful atmosphere around them. "Thanks, Hato-senpai, this feels amazing," Tsuyu said, a content smile gracing her lips. "No problem, Tsu," Nejire replied, her own smile wide as she took in the peaceful scene. "This morning was perfect," Toru chimed in, her eyes sparkling with happiness. "Even though you dragged us out of bed," Kyoka grumbled, lacking the energy to truly be mad at Nejire. "How come you were in such a hurry to wake us all up for this spa day?" Ituka asked, genuinely curious. Nejire seemed to blush slightly, her cheeks tinged with pink. "Do you, guys, like Izuku?" she asked, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. As if time had frozen, the moment of relaxation abruptly shifted. The girls' bodies tensed, blushes creeping across their faces as they turned to Nejire with wide eyes, their expressions a mix of shock and embarrassment. Ochako's cheeks turned an even deeper shade of rosy red, while Tsuyu and Yui, who rarely displayed much emotion, found themselves blushing as well. Yui wore an unimpressed look but couldn't hide the slight flush that betrayed her surprise. The air felt thick with unspoken feelings. If this had happened before the Ghost Freak incident, the girls might have denied it, laughed it off, called her crazy, or in Ochako's case ran away blushing. But after facing the terrifying threat, they couldn't simply dismiss their feelings. Even if some hadn't developed full-blown love yet, they all felt a connection with Izuku that made their hearts race like never before. Tsuyu gave a small nod, avoiding eye contact, while Momo mirrored her, closing her eyes and nodding slowly as if trying to gather her thoughts. Yui followed suit with a reluctant nod, and soon the girls exchanged shy glances, their faces burning with embarrassment. Toru, feeling a twinge of guilt, glanced at Mina before nodding. Nejire looked on, her cheeks gaining a small blush as she spoke. "I see. The truth is, I like him too," she admitted, her voice a bit shaky. "It's no way near as strong as the way you guys feel. I haven't known him as long, but I like him too." A shy smile crept onto her face, her heart pounding from the admission. Mina glanced down, her face turning a soft lilac. "Yeah, we know. I've kinda known for a while you all had a crush on Midoriya. Downside to being a matchmaker, you pick up on the clues really easily," she said, her eyes flickering to Toru, who quickly crossed her arms defensively, her posture tense. "Though I kinda was planning on giving up, ya know. Just let Ochako or Kendo. Guy can't stop talking about how great you both are." Mina continued, her playful tone barely masking the unease in the room, making the two girls blush even deeper. As the conversation flowed, Mina's expression shifted, her hands nervously fiddling with the edge of her towel. "I used to think we could stay like this forever, ya know. I tease him non-stop, he gets all flustered. Ochako denies her obvious feelings, and we would always tell ourselves, oh, we're too busy with schoolwork, or, I need to focus on my goals. Midoriya is so focused on becoming the greatest hero, working his butt off that I thought anything personal would just mess with his dream. I honestly thought if I told him how I felt, it would just put unnecessary problems on his plate. That the concept of dating someone wasn't even an option. But, then, Mina's gaze shifted to Momo and Ituka, her expression turning more serious. I didn't realize it," but when Momo and Kendo confessed, he's been so happy. He smiles so much more. It's small, but it's there. He looks at the world just a little brighter. He smiles every time he sees you both. Mina's words hung in the air, and Ochako's heart sank a little, as long as the other girls. You both told him how you felt, and he just seems to be happier when you're around. I realized that. Midoriya didn't think about having a girlfriend or girls. He honestly didn't believe a girl could actually have feelings for him. Mina continued, her voice filled with an understanding that resonated deeply with the group. The massive dork honestly thinks no one can actually like him for who he is. And when Ghost Freak attacked, I realized I wouldn't get my chance to tell him how amazing he is, how he keeps making my heart flutter. Mina said, her voice trembling slightly as she shared her vulnerability. Ochako shifted uncomfortably, her fingers anxiously playing with the hem of her robe. And I realized things can't stay the same. I can't keep bottling up my feelings. I can't hope they go away, Mina declared, her eyes shining with determination. I can't keep making excuses. Ochako finally added, her voice barely above a whisper. Midoriya is going to be facing stronger opponents. More and more people are going to be gunning for him, Mina said, her expression shifting to one of determination, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. She took a deep breath, the weight of her thoughts evident in her gaze. I won't make the same mistake I made in the sports festival, she continued, a hint of guilt threading through her tone. She clenched her fists, recalling her earlier hesitation. He asked me to be on his team, and I rejected him because I didn't want that big target on my back. But now, Mina's voice trailed off, her heart racing as she thought about the risks. What's a bigger target than his girlfriend? She mused, her cheeks deepening in color. If being his girlfriend will make him realize what an amazing person he is, and we can both get stronger together, and I get to fight beside him. Her blush intensified, a mixture of excitement and embarrassment flooding her. Look, girls, I know fighting alongside a boy isn't exactly ideal and this is probably going to sound like a totally selfish move, but I can't ignore the way I feel for him. I can't ignore the beating in my chest, Mina said, her voice steady yet laced with vulnerability. But, I'm not going to give up on him. A bright smile broke across her face, lighting up her features. Even if it means going against my best friend. Toru's eyes widened in surprise. Why, you knew? Mina rolled her eyes playfully, a teasing smile playing at her lips. Of course I knew. We're best friends. It's kind of hard to miss. Toru's cheeks turned pink as she considered Mina's words. I'm not giving up on him either, she declared, her voice firm despite her embarrassment. Kyoka, who had been quietly listening, felt her own face flush with determination. Neither am I. Someone's gotta make sure he doesn't get himself killed, she added, curling into a ball, hugging her knees in embarrassment. Yui looked around, noticing that a few of the girls still seemed uncertain. I don't get it. If we all like the same person, why does one of us have to suddenly give up? She asked, her usually monotone voice laced with unexpected emotion. Ochako offered a strained smile, trying to make sense of it. That's because normally. Yui interrupted, her brow furrowing in intensity. We're talking about a boy who can transform into aliens, has a quirk that breaks his bones, pulls a notebook out of seemingly nowhere, and just last week we fought a freaking ghost that nearly destroyed the school. Normal has been thrown out the window. Her words hung in the air, striking a chord with the others. I think the kind of relationship you have with Izuku is decided between you and him, Yui continued, her gaze steady. It shouldn't be dictated by just one of you or by someone else. As the implications of her words settled, the other girls exchanged glances, their expressions shifting from uncertainty to contemplation. If you're trying to be considerate to me or anyone else, then I think you're just going to hurt everyone in the long run. What if Izuku loves you? Yui's voice softened, yet it carried a weight that resonated with them all. And we're friends. If we're really friends, then even if Izuku chooses one of us, we will still be friends. Because I care just as much for you as I do for him, Yui declared, her determination palpable. So I'm not going to give up on him either. Her words ignited a fire in the others. Abara blushed, recalling her intimate moment with Izuku, feeling emboldened by Yui's conviction. Even though I haven't known him for long, faith tells me this is no accident. Just as Jacob wrestled with the angel and refused to let go until he was blessed. I won't run away from my feelings for Izuku. I won't give up on him. No matter how difficult it becomes, Abara said shyly, her cheeks flushed with a mix of determination and vulnerability. Neither am I, Ituka added, her own blush deepening as she thought about her growing feelings for him. I won't either, Momo chimed in, her voice firm yet tinged with shyness. He means a lot to me. He was one of my first friends. I'm not giving up on him. Suyu nodded, her expression serious. I know we'll still be friends even if he chooses one of us, and I don't want him to sacrifice his life thinking it's not worth anything. Her resolve strengthened as she thought about their bond. So I'm not giving up on him. Setsuna smirked, her blush barely hidden. Giving up isn't in my dictionary. Pony nodded in agreement, a determined look on her face. Yet, Ochako remained silent, her brow furrowed with worry. What if it doesn't work out? What if we get distracted? What if? Her heart raced as she imagined losing him to Ghost Freak, the fear washing over her like a wave. But just as quickly, she straightened, the resolve in her chest igniting. I'm not giving up on him either. The room was heavy with an awkward silence before the girls collectively flushed a deep red. Kyoka, seated with her knees pulled to her chest, buried her face in embarrassment. Ochako, meanwhile, floated a few inches off the ground, trying to process her feelings. Suyu managed to calm her blush, but her heart still pounded like a drum. Ituka, typically composed, found herself blushing profusely. Yanagi, sitting off to the side, quietly fiddled with a small piece of floating debris, her face unreadable but tinged with pink, while Pony hugged her knees, her ears twitching nervously. I can't believe I said that out loud. Kyoka mumbled into her knees. Ochako covered her face with her hands, muttering something incomprehensible as her cheeks turned crimson. Toru, flickering from her invisibility out of embarrassment, managed to mumble, how did this even happen? I don't usually go for guys like Midori. Though I'm kinda surprised Yaomomo and Hagakure like the green bean, Kyoka added, her voice laced with teasing. Both girls immediately shot her a glare. If I recall correctly, you two were all over Todoroki not too long ago, Kyoka said with a smirk, earning irritated vein marks on their foreheads. That's not true, Momo and Toru shouted in unison, their faces red as tomatoes. PFF'd, sure, Kyoka teased, trying to lighten the mood. I distinctly remember how you two were gushing over him. So much swooning, it was hard to miss. The rest of the girls chuckled, though Momo and Toru fidgeted in their seats, thoroughly flustered. Okay, fine, Toru exclaimed, her voice cracking slightly. Todoroki is really handsome, but shut up. She paused, her blush deepening. But that dweeb Midori, he just snuck his way into my heart. He's a complete dork, barely knew how to stand up for himself back then, but I started noticing his hidden qualities. Kyoka's gaze softened, and she nodded. Yeah, I know what you mean, she said, her voice quieter this time. Yanagi finally spoke, her voice calm but thoughtful. Izuku is different, she said. He doesn't try to be flashy or perfect. He just works hard and makes you want to believe in him. It's admirable. Her cheeks turned a deeper shade of pink as she looked away, her floating debris trembling slightly. Pony hugged her knees tighter, her ears twitching furiously. Yeah, I thought he was just another shy boy at first, but he's not. He's really brave. It's like you can't help but root for him, she said, her voice soft and embarrassed. Suyu broke the brief silence. Ochako, I thought you were going to suppress your feelings. You said months ago that being in a relationship would just get in the way of being heroes, she said bluntly. Ochako peeked out from behind her hands, her floating slightly erratic now. I did say that, she admitted softly. Suyu tilted her head. So what changed? Ochako's mind wandered, recalling moments with Izuku, watching Dekiru never give up, how he fights villains, always giving his all, driving toward his goal, never backing down. It's just so cool. I still think that way, to an extent, Ochako said, her voice tinged with hesitation. But seeing Dekiru give it his all, never holding back, always moving forward, it's inspiring. He's so focused, no room for distractions. I thought I needed to be like that too. To push my feelings aside and just do my best. Her gaze shifted to Ituka, who blinked in surprise. But Kendo, you confessed. Instead of letting your feelings distract you, it feels like they made you stronger. Ochako's floating stilled as she continued. You went toe-to-toe with 4 arms, and you've been training with him ever since. I got jealous, she admitted, her blush deepening. Especially when I saw you both getting stronger together. It made me realize how much I wanted that too. Itsuka's blush deepened, but she managed to speak. I was scared, she admitted. Confessing wasn't easy, but it felt right. I couldn't keep pretending I didn't feel something for Izuku. And supporting him, growing stronger beside him, it's made me realize how much I want to stand by his side, no matter what. The girls exchanged glances, each feeling a warm flutter of emotion. Mina chuckled nervously. You two do seem kinda cool, she admitted. Yeah, kinda jealous, Toru added, flickering again. Shroom, Kanoko mumbled shyly, her voice barely audible. Suyu nodded in agreement, though the acknowledgement only made Itsuka blush harder. But, Ochako continued, her voice growing somber, I don't want to distract Dekiru. He's so focused on being a hero, and with everything he's going through, I just don't think he has room for a relationship right now. Najire tilted her head curiously. Why don't we just ask Izuku? She suggested cheerfully. I mean, has anyone even asked him what he wants? The girls stiffened, their embarrassment palpable. And no. Not really, Mina admitted sheepishly, scratching the back of her head. Exactly, Najire said with a triumphant smile. How do you know he doesn't want a relationship if you've never asked him? Ochako squirmed in midair. Well, he's never mentioned it before, she mumbled. To be fair, Suyu said, her tone matter of fact, we're girls. That's not exactly a casual topic to bring up. The room fell into another bout of silence, each girl lost in her own thoughts, the weight of Najire's question hanging heavily in the air. A couple of hours later. Never have I ever, Izuku repeated, glancing at Ashido, who was practically vibrating with excitement. Her cheeks had a soft lilac hue, perhaps from the way she leaned so close to him. The rooftop of the resort was alive with laughter and chatter as students from Class 1A and Class 1B gathered to make their colorful tanzaku for the upcoming Tanabata festival. The warm glow of the setting sun bathed the scene in hues of orange and pink, creating a tranquil yet festive atmosphere. What's that? Izuku asked, his hands deftly folding and decorating his tanzaku. I've never heard of it either, Momo admitted, her expression curious. She sat just beside Izuku, close enough that the light breeze carried her faintly floral scent. Suyu, on his other side, nodded in quiet agreement, her round eyes fixed on the lively Ashido. Ochako, seated at another table nearby, glanced over, clearly intrigued. Well, Ashido began, drawing out the word with playful drama, it's a game where someone says something they've never done, and if anyone else has done it, then. She hesitated, glancing toward Setsuna for backup. Setsuna smirked, leaning back lazily. Then they do something embarrassing. Or eat something weird, depending on the stakes. That's barbaric, Iida declared, sitting up straight and adjusting his glasses with a sharp motion. If we are to play this game, we should establish clear and orderly rules. I propose we keep it simple. Whoever has done the thing must eat a cookie. No shameful antics. A cookie, huh? I like the sound of that. Kaminari grinned, resting his elbows on the table. But what's the reward? Sato, ever the chef, raised a hand. Banjo and I can raid room service. We'll bring back a ton of cookies, chocolate chip, shortbread, whatever we can get our hands on. Get some dinosaur-shaped ones, Setsuna added with a cheeky grin, her eyes lighting up. As the idea caught on, the students exchanged enthusiastic murmurs. I'll go help too, Kendo offered, already rolling up her sleeves, earning nods of approval from her classmates. Thank you, Sato, Kendo, and Bando, Iida said, bowing slightly in gratitude. He turned back to Ashido and Izuku, adjusting his glasses with precision. The decision has been made. Anyone who has done the thing mentioned will eat a cookie. This way, everyone gets to enjoy the game and the cookies. Awesome. Ochako cheered, punching the air. I'm ready to eat some cookies. As for the rules, Iida continued, his tone authoritative, let's ensure the game remains enjoyable. Nothing too personal, this is supposed to be fun, not uncomfortable. Who decides if something's too personal? Momo asked thoughtfully, setting aside her nearly completed tanzaku. I'll take care of that, Kendo offered confidently. I'm pretty good at reading people, so I think I'll manage. Ribbit, I can help too, Suyu added with a nod. Alright then, are we ready to play? Ashido asked, clapping her hands together. Momo, can you make a scoreboard? We'll track who eats the most cookies. Yaoyorozu nodded and quickly conjured a small whiteboard. Who will be the scorekeeper? I'll do it. Kaminari volunteered enthusiastically, raising his hand high. I'm perfect for the job. No way, Ashido said flatly, crossing her arms. She pointed at Kaminari. You'd cheat. And Monoma? You're way too biased. Monoma gasped, placing a hand on his chest in mock offense. How dare you accuse me of such impropriety? She's not wrong, Yui said quietly, her monotone voice carrying weight. Remember the class officer elections? Kirishima added, grinning. Iida only got 1 vote, but he still reported it honestly even though he really wanted to win. I say Iida's the best choice for scorekeeper. Iida straightened his back, adjusting his glasses with pride. I shall take on the responsibility with utmost integrity. Meanwhile, Monoma did try to rig the votes when we picked Class B's rep, Yanagi pointed out, her voice calm but sharp. Monoma flinched under the weight of her words. Peeved. Seriously? Juru said, smirking as she leaned back in her chair. Yui confirmed with a small nod. The room erupted in agreement, leaving Kaminari groaning in frustration. Never have I ever been this hurt before. The game hasn't even started, Juru pointed out dryly, raising a brow. Why do you always have to rub salt in the wound? Kaminari whined. Todoroki, are you in? Iida asked, looking at him with a hopeful expression. It could be a great bonding experience for the class. Todoroki nodded. I haven't done much, so I don't think I'll eat many cookies. That's not the point, Ashido interjected, practically bouncing in excitement. This is about getting to know each other and making memories. Who cares if you eat a lot or not? With everyone gathered, Class 1A and 1B continued decorating their tanzaku as the game began. Okay, so how will this go? Ojiro asked, glancing around the group. Who's going first? Why don't we go by class numbers? Kendo suggested. Start with the first seed in Class 1A, then the first in Class 1B, and so on. Monoma scoffed. Why does Class 1A get to go first? I don't know, man. A, B, C, 1, 2, 3. We didn't create the numerical system, Mineta quipped. Monoma rolled his eyes but stayed silent. Ah, so it seems I'll go first, Aoyama declared, striking a dramatic pose. Only my sparkle could truly dazzle, non? Monoma deadpanned. Are all of you Class 1A students this self-centered? Nope, just the blondes, Mina teased with a grin. Aoyama ignored the banter and struck another pose. Never have I ever gone a day without admiring my own reflection. C'est magnifique. Everyone gave him a deadpan stare. Mina sighed, grabbing a cookie. Well, I do check out this pretty face every day. Don't you think so, Midori? She asked, batting her eyes playfully. Izuku flushed, stumbling over his words, while Toru surprised everyone by taking a cookie as well. Ever since I became visible, I can't stop looking at my face, she said, mimicking a cheeky pose. Okay, next up. Monoma started, but Awase interrupted, casually raising his hand while still fiddling with a tanzaku and a mobile game alongside Sen. Never have I ever confessed to my crush while playing a mobile game, Awase said with a smirk, earning raised eyebrows and a few chuckles. Kaminari groaned before grabbing a cookie. Peeved. Pony tried to stifle her laughter. You confessed to someone while gaming? Dude, so uncool, Siro added, shaking his head. Shut up, I thought he was hot, Kaminari snapped defensively. Everyone echoed in unison. Shut up. I got catfished, okay? Just drop it, Kaminari grumbled, biting into his cookie. Oh man, what a dumbass, Juru teased, snickering. Damn, Kaminari, Mineta started, trying to hold back his laughter. I didn't know you swung that way. Okay, next up, Ashido jumped in, cutting off the banter. She bounced on her toes with excitement. All right. My turn. She smirked mischievously. Never have I ever had my crush kiss me. Izuku, in the middle of sipping his tea, choked violently, coughing into his hand. Momo and Ituka froze, glancing at each other before blushing and reluctantly taking a cookie. Mina's jaw dropped. Wait, you were kissed by your crush. The girl's eyes subtly darted toward Izuku, whose face was bright red as he desperately tried to avoid eye contact. Jiro, recalling the sports festival, groaned quietly before taking a cookie as well. Ochako, trembling slightly, clenched her fists. Dekiru kissed them. Mina trembled, trying not to look at Izuku, who was now contemplating his life choices. After a long, awkward pause, his face burning, he hesitantly reached for a cookie. All right, my turn, Sen Kaibara said, leaning back casually. Never have I ever gotten into a fight for a dumb reason. The group collectively turned to Bakugo, their expressions blank. What? Bakugo snarled, glaring at them. Take a cookie, they said in unison. Fuck you, Bakugo shouted, but he still grabbed a cookie. Hiroshima cupped his chin thoughtfully. Sorry, I guess I haven't, though I did get into a fight over the last slice of pizza once. He sheepishly grabbed a cookie, earning chuckles from the group. Ashido, Toru, Ituka, and a few others reached for cookies too. Ochako, you might want to take a cookie, Izuku said gently, glancing at her. Ochako blinked in surprise, her cheeks flushing. What? Why? I've never gotten into a fight for a stupid reason, she said defensively. You got into a fight over the guy who took the last donut a few months back, Izuku pointed out, his tone amused. The heck did he need 5 donuts for? That was completely justified, Ochako argued, crossing her arms. Izuku raised an eyebrow. And the time you argued with the store clerk for charging full price. Ochako's face turned red. That cheapskate. I was only 10 cents short. And he didn't make that other girl pay full price, she grumbled. Izuku gave her a flat look. Ochako, you had a 30-minute argument, and you threatened to throw him into space. I wasn't actually going to do it, she protested. Quote. Fine. Ochako groaned, grabbing a cookie and eating it with a pout. Her puffed-up cheeks and folded arms made everyone laugh. Izuku chuckled softly as he watched her sulk. But Ochako wasn't done. She pointed an accusing finger at him. You have to take a cookie too. The room fell silent, everyone staring at her like she had grown a second head. Ochako, Tsuyu said calmly, tilting her head. Izuku doesn't seem like the type to get into a fight for a stupid reason. Momo nodded in agreement. He's too thoughtful for that. Oh, did you all forget he can turn into a tiger with anger issues? Ochako retorted, smirking triumphantly. Izuku's face turned beet red as the reminder hit. With a resigned sigh, he grabbed a cookie, and the classes collectively gasped. Midoriya, Ashido exclaimed, scandalized. Really, you don't seem like the type, Kanoko said, leaning in curiously. Was it serious? That's surprising, Yanagi added with a soft hum. Izuku scratched the back of his head, embarrassed. I might have gotten into a fight with a bunch of kindergarteners once. He ate the cookie, earning a chorus of shocked gasps. Quote. Kindergarteners. Kanoko blinked, tilting her head. Why, what could they have done? Izuku buried his face in his hands. It's really embarrassing, okay. Kanoko's curiosity only grew. Come on. You've gotta tell us. Yeah, spill it, Mina chimed in with enthusiasm. Izuku sighed, his face growing impossibly red. I was wrath at the time, and they called Urarakas and Kendos. He hesitated, looking at the ground. Butts fat. For a moment, there was silence as the classes processed his words. Then the room erupted into uncontrollable laughter. Kanoko clutched her sides, barely able to stay seated. They said that. Mina gasped between laughs, pointing at him. Izuku, you fought kids for that. It wasn't like I planned it. Izuku stammered, his head sinking into his hands again. Our wrath just can't help himself. Yeah, that totally sounds like something Bakugo would do, Hiroshima teased, grinning. Ochako and Kendo, red-faced and laughing despite themselves, shook their heads. Well, I guess I should be flattered, Kendo managed to say, her voice still tinged with embarrassment. The laughter slowly died down, though Kanoko still wiped tears from her eyes. Ah, that's kinda cute. Let's just move on, Izuku muttered, cheeks still burning. You sure, Kaibara, my dude, you get into fights for the dumbest reasons, Saburaba said, smirking as he leaned back in his chair. No, I don't, Kaibara protested, his voice rising defensively. Saburaba crossed his arms knowingly. Last week, you almost got into a fight with a general studies kid. He was talking crap, Kaibara snapped, his face flushing. Shroom, I'm just happy that Shinso guy stepped in before things escalated, Kanoko added cheerfully, twirling one of her Tanzaku ribbons. Her comment earned a round of chuckles from the group, while Kaibara muttered something under his breath. Ashido grinned and clapped her hands. Alright, Tsuyu, you're up next. Tsuyu tilted her head slightly, bringing a finger to her chin in thought. After a moment, she calmly said, Never have I ever eaten frog legs. The room froze. Then, as if on cue, everyone did a collective spit take or sputtered in shock. God, I hope not, Yui muttered flatly, her expression one of mild horror. Wait, would that count as cannibalism? Sen asked, his brow furrowing in curiosity. Izuku, ever the analyst, cupped his chin thoughtfully. Well, I once met someone whose head was an entire bottle of water, so. That opens up a whole can of moral ambiguity, Mineta added, nodding as if he had made a profound point. Yanagi placed a finger to her chin, her gaze distant. If someone with a lion quirk eats a person with a gazelle quirk, can we really call that cannibalism? Kanoko giggled, leaning toward Yui. Shroom, if someone with a mushroom quirk ate sautéed mushrooms, would that be like eating a cousin? Yui's deadpan tone cut through the room. Only if they apologized to the pan afterward. The room fell silent as everyone pondered the questions, their faces ranging from thoughtful to mildly horrified. Toru waved a hand, visibly shuddering. Okay, I can't be the only one who's really uncomfortable now. Ashido, however, wasn't having it. She waved her hands dramatically. Alright, we're getting sidetracked here. Back to the game, she shouted, snapping everyone out of their collective daze. As everyone continued playing the game, some of the never have I ever answers had everyone laughing. Kamakiri admitted that he once shredded his clothes, while Mina blushed deeply as she revealed she had accidentally burned hers. Momo, too, had a wardrobe malfunction because of her quirk, and even Todoroki sheepishly admitted he had burned his clothes off during a training session. Some answers were expected, like when Iida said, Never have I ever ditched school. The room fell silent, and everyone exchanged glances. UA was a prestigious school, and skipping a day of school could seriously harm their chances of becoming heroes. They were all so dedicated. Ashido raised an eyebrow. Look at that, almost none of us ditched school. I wouldn't dream of skipping a day and tarnishing my perfect record, Iida declared, adjusting his glasses. Missing even one day could have caused me to fall behind and hurt my chances at UA. I mean, yeah, I didn't really ditch school, Jiro added, shrugging. Izuku was almost the only one who didn't seem to mind. He and Shoto both reached for a cookie, making everyone's eyes widen in surprise. Wait, hold up, Mophead, you ditched school. Setsuna's voice was full of disbelief. Yeah, a couple of times actually, Izuku admitted, his tone surprisingly nonchalant. My grades were pretty good, so I skipped a few days, a lot of days back in middle school. The room went completely still. Izuku-chan, you know how important attendance is, especially for high school applications. You could have seriously damaged your chances at UA, Tsuyu said, her voice filled with concern. Yeah, dude, didn't think you were the type to ditch school, Mina added, shaking her head as Izuku ate his cookie. Iida looked at Izuku with a mixture of concern and disapproval. Midoriya, I hope you didn't skip too many days of school. You really should have known better. Izuku met his classmates, stares with a relaxed smile. He thought back to the days when he'd skipped school with Kevin, his best friend from his old school. The smile on his face grew a little wider. Honestly, I don't really regret it, Izuku said, his voice warm and content. Looking back, I kinda wish I skipped even more days. He laughed lightly. The days I did skip were actually some of the best days of middle school. Momo and Jiro shared a knowing smile, understanding that even if those days weren't perfect, Izuku had still found ways to enjoy himself. Ochako, who had been listening intently, furrowed her brow. But Dekiru, you could have ruined your chances at UA. She protested, still clearly concerned. Izuku shrugged casually. Yeah, I know, but me and Kevin weren't exactly the most popular students back in Aldria. So, when we felt like it, we just ditched school. Momo and Jiro exchanged glances before giving him sympathetic looks, understanding the deeper reason behind his actions. Setsuna, ever the spark of energy, leaned in close with a gleam in her eye. So you've got a rebellious side, huh? She teased. Izuku's face flushed red, and he waved his hands defensively. Can we just move on? Next up was Kuwaro. Never have I ever read a shoujo manga, he said, his voice smooth and casual. Almost all the girls reached for a cookie, as did a few of the guys, like Sato. What? I like them, Sato said with a shrug, already munching on his cookie. They make me feel all sweet inside. His earnest tone made a few of the girls giggle. Aoyama delicately took a cookie as well. Monsieur simply adores the romance sections, but lately, he added with a dramatic flair, watching Midoriya has filled my romantic hunger. He gave a flamboyant wink toward the girls, a sparkle in his eyes. Several of the girls blushed deeply at his words, while Izuku tilted his head, utterly confused. Wait, what? He asked, looking around for clarification. Do you know what he's talking about? He asked Todoroki, who had been silently observing. Todoroki, without missing a beat, replied, yes. Izuku blinked, waiting for more. Are you gonna tell me? No. Izuku's jaw dropped in disbelief, his frustration evident. What the heck, Todoroki? Before Todoroki could respond, Bakugo grabbed a cookie. The room fell silent as every pair of eyes turned to him in shock. Even Todoroki's usually stoic expression faltered, his eyes widening ever so slightly. You've got to be kidding me, Kaminari muttered under his breath, his tone filled with disbelief. Bakugo glared at everyone with a feral intensity. Say a word, and I'll kill you, he growled, his voice low and dangerous. Ashido rubbed her eyes as if she couldn't believe what she was seeing. Then, leaning toward Jiro, she whispered just loud enough for a few others to hear, I don't think Bakugo even knows what a shoujo manga is. The comment earned a snicker from Jiro, but Bakugo's sharp ears caught it. He turned his glare on Ashido, his face red with both anger and embarrassment. Fuck off, he roared, slamming his hands onto the table, small sparks flying from his palms. Kirishima, ever the peacemaker, patted Bakugo on the shoulder with a nervous laugh. Hey, man, no judgment. Shoujo manga can be pretty awesome. You know, all the action-packed emotions and stuff. Shut up, shitty hair. Bakugo barked, though his face remained red as he stuffed the cookie in his mouth. The room erupted into laughter, and even Todoroki's lips quirked up ever so slightly as he watched Bakugo's futile attempts to salvage his pride. Next up was Ochako. Never have I ever eaten at a really fancy restaurant, Ochako declared. Momo placed a thoughtful finger on her chin. What exactly qualifies as a fancy restaurant? Are we referring to establishments with Michelin star ratings, those requiring formal attire, or ones that specialize in multi-course degustation menus paired with wine? The room fell silent as everyone stared at her with blank expressions. Izuku, sitting beside her, leaned over and said, Momo, just take a cookie. His gentle prompting made the girl blush as she quietly took one. A few giggles echoed around the room. Predictably, others followed suit like Iida, Setsuna, Aoyama, and Monoma. A few unexpected ones, such as Kirishima and Kaibara, also took cookies. Of course Momo and Aoyama, Mina teased, laughing. But I'm kinda surprised Todoroki hasn't been to one. Shoto shrugged. My father invited me to a few, but I always declined. Really? Abara asked, tilting her head. I assumed you'd love to enjoy a pleasant meal with your father. Shoto managed to keep his voice calm, though a flicker of irritation passed through his eyes. No, I'd rather not share a meal with that bastard. Though, I wouldn't mind having one with my mom. Iida, ever the moral compass, made a chopping motion with his hand. Bastard, you mean Endeavor. You shouldn't call the man who raised you, bastard. Why not refer to him as father, at the very least? Even as he spoke, Todoroki's scowl deepened. Calling him bastard is already too kind. Kyoka, sitting nearby, nodded in agreement, her arms crossed. If not father, perhaps papa, Iida suggested earnestly. Shoto turned to Iida, looking at him as though he'd lost his mind. Papa. Or daddy, Iida suggested, which made everyone snort a little. I think we can all collectively agree that the word daddy has been greatly perverted, Kyoka added with a deadpan expression. The mere suggestion of referring to Endeavor in such an affectionate manner made Todoroki visibly recoil. His expression twisted into a look of pure disgust, as if the word itself left a bitter taste in his mouth. Before anyone could comment further, Izuku quickly interjected to steer the conversation away. Hey, that's fine. I mean, plenty of families call their parents by different names or even just by nicknames. Kyoka glanced at Izuku, catching his pleading look. Yeah, I call my old man all sorts of stuff. It's totally normal. Seems a bit disrespectful, Iida muttered, but the group quickly moved on. Anyway, back to fancy restaurants, Kyoka said, eager to change the subject. Honestly, I avoid them. Too formal for my taste. Ochako crossed her arms and sighed. Meanwhile, some of us are living off cup noodles and rice. Izuku gave her a small smile. I get it. My mom and I mostly stuck to homemade meals. I've never really been to one of those places either. Ochako beamed at him, her smile lighting up the room. Shroom, I've never been either, Kanoko added cheerfully. My parents prefer takeout. Oh, Mizami, you've truly missed out. Aoyama exclaimed, launching into a vivid description of luxurious dishes that made Ochako's mouth water. Next up was kendo. Never have I ever lost an arm wrestling match, she declared confidently, which led to an impromptu round of challenges. Despite her impressive strength, she eventually lost to Shoji, who looked sheepish about his win. Ojiro went next. Never have I ever fallen asleep during a lecture, he said. Surprisingly, several students took cookies, much to Iida's dismay. I can't believe so many of you would disrespect your studies like that. Iida exclaimed, his voice rising with indignation. Sorry, dude, Setsuna said with a shrug. Smetros and ectoplasms classes can get really boring sometimes. Iida launched into a lecture about discipline, but the game continued undeterred. Finally, it was Yui's turn. She pondered quietly for a moment before Yanagi leaned over and whispered something in her ear. Yui blinked, tilting her head slightly. Never have I ever not had a fan club. Everyone froze, processing the statement. Wait, Kodai, you have a fan club? Kanoko asked, her eyes wide. My silent muse, Mineta began with a dramatic flourish, please direct me to this fan club so I may join. I have a fan club? Yui asked, genuine confusion breaking through her usually monotone voice. Yanagi nodded. Back in middle school, there was an entire club dedicated to you. I'm surprised you didn't notice. Yui blinked again, slightly shaking her head. Is that what all those letters were about? Yanagi pulled up a photo on her phone, showing a group of boys and a few girls bowing before a large painted portrait of Yui. The entire room stared, slack-jawed. That's a little creepy, Kyoka muttered, visibly unsettled. Do you think we'll have to deal with overzealous fanboys like that when we're pros? Pony asked, her innocence shining through. Probably, Izuku said, sighing. Pro heroes are basically celebrities. Honestly, I'm not sure I'd be able to handle that much attention. As Izuku reached for a cookie, Mineta grabbed his wrist, glaring at him. You and Todoroki don't get to take a cookie. Izuku blinked in surprise. What? Why? Did you already forget you both have fan clubs? There's a whole group of girls dedicated to Midoriya for his takedown of Seijuku, and Todoroki's the son of Endeavor. Mineta exclaimed, throwing his arms up. The room collectively groaned, looking exasperated. Okay, next up is me, Kaminari said eagerly before snapping his fingers with sudden inspiration. Ooh, never have I ever had people spit in my order. Everyone looked around, their expressions a mix of confusion and mild disgust, as no one took a cookie. Momo placed a hand over her mouth, looking horrified. So uncouth, spitting in someone's order. That's utterly revolting, she said, her face paling at the thought. Shiro, barely able to hold back his laughter, nudged Bakugo with a smirk. Bakugo, you might wanna take a cookie. Huh, Bakugo growled, narrowing his eyes. Remember 3 weeks ago when you yelled at that cashier and called her, what was it again? Oh, right, blue-horned reject, or something. Yeah, what about it? He said impatiently, glaring at Shiro. She spat in your food, Shiro deadpanned, causing Kaminari to stiffen and shoot a look of pure betrayal at Shiro. What? Bakugo said, his voice dangerously low. Yep, Hiroshima blurted out, practically backing up as he spoke. Kaminari saw her do it. She spat in your milkshake, your fries, your burger, the whole meal. And it wasn't just a little spit, it was, like, viscous, slimy. She put some serious effort into it. That was it. The class collectively broke, faces red as they slapped hands over their mouths, shoulders shaking with suppressed laughter. Monoma fell off his chair, burying his face in his arms to muffle the sound. Hiroshima bit into his own arm, tears running down his face, while Todoroki, the picture of restraint, managed a subtle chuckle that still felt monumental for him. Even Yui allowed a small, amused exhale through her nose. Bakugo's eye twitched as explosions crackled from his palms. I ate that meal, he growled, his teeth grinding together audibly. You bastards. Everyone tried harder to hold back, but the sight of Bakugo fuming sent their resolve crumbling. Momo pressed her hands together tightly, her lips trembling with the effort of keeping a straight face. Tears leaked from Kyoka's eyes as she covered her mouth with her sleeves, her shoulders shaking violently. Kyoka finally managed to croak out, guess that's what you get for having a garbage personality. The deadpan delivery was the final straw for Kaminari, who burst into nervous giggles before leaping from his seat as Bakugo's murderous intent flared. Sparky, I'm going to kill you. Bakugo roared, explosions lighting up his palms as Kaminari screamed in terror and bolted for his life. Is he gone? Mina whispered after a moment of tense silence. Yep, Hiroshima confirmed, wiping tears from his eyes. Ha 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 ha. The dam finally broke as the room exploded into raucous laughter. Some students clutched their stomachs, others fell to the floor, and Monoma was practically convulsing from laughing too hard. I can't believe someone actually spat in his food. Mina wheezed, leaning on a cackling Shiro for support. I mean, his personality sucks, but that's just too funny. You know what they say, Momo said, her voice composed but her face betraying her struggle to keep it together, treat others how you wish to be treated. Maybe this'll teach him not to insult people based on their physical features, Ashido added with a pout, crossing her arms. If it makes you feel better, Izuku said to her with a small smile, I think your eyes are really cool. Ashido turned lilac, her face burning as she quickly averted her gaze. Izuku, stop flirting in front of everyone. She stammered, covering her cheeks with her hands. Izuku blushed before he continued. Honestly, it's not even the first time people have spat in Bakugo's food. Apparently, when you insult people by their physical features often enough, spitting in his food becomes a daily thing. This sent the class spiraling into another round of uncontrollable laughter. Shiro was banging his fist against the table, Monoma was wheezing on the floor, and even Todoroki's neutral expression cracked again into a faint smile. How come you didn't say anything? Todoroki and Kirishima asked in unison, both curious about Izuku's silence given his naturally kind and proactive nature. Izuku raised an eyebrow. I'm surprised you didn't try to tell the guy off. Letting them spit in his food is kinda unmanly, isn't it? Kirishima said, tilting his head as he scratched his chin. Izuku sighed, trying his best not to roll his eyes. Right, because me and Bakugo can totally have a normal conversation, he said with a hint of sarcasm, his tone earning a knowing nod from Momo. He's kinda right, Yui chimed in, her voice calm as always. I'm not even in your class, and I can already tell you two don't exactly see eye to eye. Well, mostly Bakugo, she added bluntly. And to answer your question, Kirishima, I did try. Multiple times, actually, but he didn't want to listen. He just told me, fuck off, Deku. And that was that, Izuku said, shrugging. He conveniently left out the part where Bakugo had thrown an explosion in his face every time he tried, not wanting his friends to worry or overreact. So ever since we entered junior high, people have been spitting in his food, Izuku added with a sheepish chuckle, shaking his head. The class was in shambles. Kyoka was sprawled on the floor, laughing uncontrollably alongside Shiro, whose face was bright red from laughing too hard. Even Monoma, who typically used every opportunity to mock Class 1A, couldn't stop himself from doubling over in hysterics. I knew he was an asshole, but good lord. Monoma wheezed. This is next level karma. Oh man, that's just sad. Shiro managed to gasp between fits of laughter. Fair enough, Todoroki said, his usual deadpan delivery making it even funnier. Remind me not to eat anything Bakugo brings to a potluck, Hagakure said, visibly gagging at the mere thought. Kirishima tried to defend his friend, his voice almost pleading. Ah, come on. Bakugo doesn't mean it, that's just how he is. Shoji, ever the voice of reason, adjusted his posture and looked at Kirishima pointedly. Even if he doesn't mean it, calling someone by their physical features, especially for mutant types, can be a sensitive matter. Mutant quirk users already endure constant commentary about their appearances, whether it's intended to be insulting or not. It doesn't matter, it can still be deeply hurtful. The mood shifted slightly, unease spreading through the group as some exchanged hesitant glances. Wow, Itsuka murmured, folding her arms. I mean, I knew Bakugo could be harsh, but hearing it laid out like that. That kind of behavior doesn't just sting, it leaves scars, Shoji added solemnly. Mina fidgeted with her horns, her expression turning self-conscious. Yeah, back in middle school, girls used to make fun of how I looked, she admitted. Really? Suyu asked, her tone surprised. But you're so fun and get along with everyone. Mina's face turned lilac. Well, meddling in people's love lives tends to rub some people the wrong way, she muttered. Kyoka twirled her earphone jack absently, shooting Mina a teasing look. Yeah, I can see that. You can be pretty annoying with that stuff. Her tone was dry, though her lips twitched with amusement. Kyoka, Momo scolded, swatting her arm lightly. Ow, okay, I'm kidding, Kyoka protested, smirking despite herself. Mina's smile returned as she waved it off. Nah, it's fine. Honestly, most of the hate came from girls who got mad when I matched their crush with someone else, or when they thought I was gonna steal their boyfriends. She let out a soft chuckle. And when my horns grew in, that just made things worse. Wait, they grew in? Izuku asked, his curiosity piqued. His gaze shifted to her horns with a fascinated expression. Yeah, they. Mina's words were cut off as her eyes widened, her face turning a deeper shade of lilac. Izuku had leaned in and was already touching her horns. Do you get them from your mom or dad? How does it relate to your acid quirk? Wow, they feel pretty cool. Kinda like buffalo horns. Do you think they'd grow back if you lost them? Everyone watched as Izuku absent-mindedly poked and prodded Mina's horns, his natural curiosity fully taking over. The other girls exchanged subtle glances, a twinge of jealousy flashing through some of their expressions. Meanwhile, Mina's face was completely flushed, a blissful smile creeping across her lips as she struggled to contain her reaction. Izuku suddenly froze, realizing what he was doing. His face turned bright red as he stumbled back, waving his hands frantically. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, it's okay, Mina said, her fingers brushing her horns in embarrassment. Then a sly grin spread across her face. But you all saw that, right? Izuku couldn't help himself. He fondled me. The girls' eyes darkened, an eerie aura filling the room as they all turned toward Izuku. He gulped audibly. I didn't mean to. I just couldn't help myself. Izuku stammered, waving his hands defensively. That only makes it worse, Momo said, crossing her arms. Yui, however, remained silent, her lips pressed into an adorable pout as she shot Izuku an icy glare. "Come on, Yui, you know I didn't mean it," Izuku said nervously, his voice wavering. Yui simply turned her head with a sharp, HMPH. Before stepping closer, without a word, she began pinching his cheeks, stretching them mercilessly. "Ow, ow, okay, I'm sorry," Izuku winced, his voice muffled by Yui's grip. "I won't touch a girl without permission again." Yui pulled harder, her expression stoic. "You need to be punished," she said bluntly. "Help," Izuku squeaked, his eyes darting around for assistance. The others burst into laughter as Yui continued her lighthearted assault, finally letting go after a moment. Hiroshima clapped his hands, breaking the tension. "All right, putting that aside, I don't think Bakugo's as mean as he seems. I mean, take how he calls Midoriya, Deku, it's not like he means it maliciously, right?" "Yes, he does," Izuku replied flatly, rubbing his cheeks. "He doesn't call you by your name unless he respects you. Otherwise, he's basically degrading you." Hiroshima frowned, processing the information. "Wait, so you're saying he only calls people by their names if he respects them?" "Exactly," Izuku confirmed. "If he doesn't respect you, you're just another extra in his eyes." The group collectively twitched in annoyance at the thought, some letting out frustrated sighs. "Not surprising," Momo muttered, setting down her cup of tea with a hint of disdain. "Honestly, I couldn't care less about earning his respect." Tsuyu nodded in agreement. "But that means..." Hiroshima trailed off, glancing at Izuku. "He's never called you by your name, has he?" "Nope," Izuku said with a humorless chuckle. "He doesn't respect me in the slightest." The group fell silent for a moment, the weight of Izuku's words hanging in the air. Hiroshima furrowed his brows, leaning forward. "Wait, so you're saying Bakugo doesn't respect you? That doesn't bother you at all?" Izuku shrugged, his tone casual. "Not really, I don't respect him either." The bluntness of his statement hit like a hammer, leaving everyone momentarily speechless. Even Momo, ever composed, blinked in surprise. "You don't?" Shiro asked, his voice tinged with disbelief. "Yeah, I know you two have a rough past, but Bakugo's quirk is powerful, and his drive is insane," Shiro said, glancing at Kirishima and Kamakiri, who nodded in agreement. "Exactly, man, sure, he's got an attitude, but you've gotta admit he's kind of cool," Kirishima added with a grin. Izuku tilted his head, processing Kirishima's words. His thoughts drifted to something Kevin had once told him, a lesson that stuck. Kevin used to say that having power and ambition can look impressive, but that's not all someone should be admired for. The group exchanged curious glances, waiting for him to elaborate. Izuku's expression turned more serious as he continued. "'Cause if that's all you care about, then you're just admiring a shiny car without noticing it's running people over." Silence fell across the group, the weight of his words pressing on them. "Look, I'm not saying Bakugo is. He's not." Izuku scratched the back of his neck, clearly a little nervous but resolute. "What I'm trying to say is, we shouldn't just focus on the parts of someone we like. If we ignore their flaws and only praise their strengths, it shows how willing we are to overlook the damage they might cause just because they seem useful or cool. And that's shallow." Kaminari broke the silence first, shifting uncomfortably. "Okay, but isn't it okay to appreciate the good things about someone, even if they've got flaws?" "It's not about ignoring the good," Momo replied, "it's about not letting the good overshadow the bad. If we do that, we're just making excuses for their behavior." Kyoka folded her arms, her gaze sharp. "Yeah, no way I'm gonna admire someone like a villain just because they've got a strong quirk or big ambitions. That's stupid." Monoma, for once, didn't smirk. Instead, he looked thoughtful. "He's got a point." Ochako and Tsuyu thought about it before reluctantly nodding. Midoriya household. Inko Midoriya moved through her quiet apartment, performing household chores. The soft sound of a pot boiling was the only noise breaking the silence as she dusted off various surfaces. Her movements were gentle, almost absent-minded, as her mind wandered. She hummed a soft tune, her gaze falling on a framed picture of herself, Izuku, and Hisashi at the park. Izuku, no older than 7, was missing a tooth, A wide grin spread across his face as his cape billowed behind him while sitting on Hisashi's shoulder. Inko smiled softly, her heart aching at the memory. "It's so quiet without you and Izuku here," she murmured, her voice filled with longing. She paused in her dusting, her eyes distant and filled with melancholy as she lost herself in the picture. In her reverie, the sound of the water in the pot boiling over went unnoticed. The sudden knock at the door startled her, causing her to jump, snapping her back to reality. Huh, who could that be? Inko wondered aloud as she walked to the door. She peered through the peephole, her curiosity piqued. When she opened the door, she was met by a man standing with a blonde woman at his side. The man was young, clean-shaven, with dark eyes and hair, his presence commanding yet calm. The woman beside him had pale skin, appearing to be in her late 20s, with mid-back length blonde hair secured by a dark clip. The hairstyle resembled a bird's tail, with bangs that fell in a wing-like pattern, partially obscuring her left eye. The man spoke first. "Inko Midoriya, are you home?" he asked. Inko, a little taken aback, replied, "Yes, how can I help you?" "We're from the Hero Public Safety Committee," the man introduced himself with a polite bow. "I'm Roy Mustang, and this is Riza Hawkeye." The woman bowed gracefully in turn. "Inko Midoriya, it's a pleasure to meet you," Riza said quietly. "HPSC," Inko echoed, her surprise evident. "We're here to discuss your son, Izuku Midoriya," Roy continued, his tone serious but respectful. Inko blinked in surprise at the mention of Izuku. "Come in," she said, stepping aside to allow them entry. A few minutes later, Inko had poured a cup of tea and sat at opposite ends of the table from Roy and Riza, her hands slightly trembling as she held the teacup. "Please tell me my baby hasn't done something dangerous or illegal that's caught the HSPC's attention," Inko said, her voice tinged with concern. Roy waved his hand reassuringly. "No, nothing like that. In fact, it's quite the opposite. Recently, Izuku Midoriya has garnered our attention, but for all the right reasons." Inko tilted her head, intrigued. "What do you mean?" "Your son is incredible, to say the least," Roy began, his tone respectful. "When I first heard about him, they told me there was a potential hero in training who was far beyond talented. To be able to juggle control and use 19 different abilities, and learn all of that in just a year." He shook his head in admiration. "It's extraordinary." Inko's expression softened into a proud smile. "Yes, he is," she said warmly, her voice filled with motherly pride. Roy glanced at Riza, who gave him a slight nod before he continued. "We're here with an offer, Mrs. Midoriya. Given his remarkable abilities, we believe Izuku could benefit from further training and a more specialized support structure. We'd like to offer him a position within our program, working closely with the Hero Public Safety Committee." Inko blinked, surprised by the offer, but her gaze softened with a mix of pride and concern. Wait, the HSPC wants to take Izuku into their training program. "But he's already at UA. That's why we're here," Riza said gently. "We were hoping, as his mother, you might consider pulling Izuku from UA and entrusting him to our care. With us, we can provide him with the specialized training and security he needs." Inko's eyes widened, and she gasped softly. "That's quite the offer," she murmured, her voice hesitant. "But Izuku is really happy at UA. Admittedly, I was considering pulling him out after the USJ attack. He nearly died, but he's thriving now. He's happy, and he's growing stronger every day. I don't think Izuku would want to leave UA." Roy and Riza exchanged a knowing glance before Roy leaned forward slightly, his expression firm yet understanding. "We understand how you feel, Mrs. Midoriya. But happiness in the short term shouldn't come at the expense of his safety or his future as a hero. UA is an excellent academy, but they cannot provide the care and nurture Izuku desperately needs." Inko frowned slightly, her concern deepening. "What do you mean?" "UA has incredible staff and facilities." Roy nodded but pressed on. "It's true they do, but UA is a school designed for a broad range of students. Izuku is unique. He has 19 reported abilities, and from our intel, he may have recently gained 2 more. Each form he takes is essentially a different body, with its own strengths, weaknesses, and mechanics. Teaching and monitoring one student like that would require far more attention than UA can realistically provide while also handling the rest of their students. Riza added, her voice calm but resolute, Izuku needs guidance and structure tailored to his abilities. Without it, there's a risk he could plateau or worse, lose control in a critical moment. The HPSC can ensure he continues to grow, not just as a hero, but as the next number one hero. Number one hero, Inko stammered. Rise nodded. We can assure that he will become a hero that surpasses the like of All Might by leaps and bounds, but it can't be done at UA. Inko hesitated, her hands gripping her teacup tightly. But UA has helped him so much already. Surely they can continue to give him what he needs. Roy's expression turned somber. Do you really want to entrust Izuku's future to a school that couldn't protect him during the USJ attack? He nearly died, Mrs. Midoriya, because the staff were taken out, and the students were left to fend for themselves. Izuku had to save everyone. That's not something a student should have to shoulder. Inko's face paled, the memory of her son's injuries from that day flashing in her mind. I know he was hurt, but he wanted to protect everyone. That's just who Izuku is. And that's admirable, Riza said softly, but it's also dangerous. He's putting himself in harm's way because he feels it's his responsibility. What we're offering is the chance to keep him safe, to train him properly, so that he doesn't have to keep risking his life unnecessarily. Especially as student, he doesn't even have license. Someone like him shouldn't be risking his life for others, not yet. Roy leaned back slightly and gestured to Riza, who pulled out a folder and placed it on the table. This is information about his homeroom teacher, Shota Aizawa. I think it highlights a concerning issue. Inko opened the folder hesitantly, scanning the documents. Shota Aizawa expelled 153 students. She asked, her voice trembling. Because he decided they lacked potential, Riza explained bluntly. While his intentions may have been to prevent them from getting hurt, it shows a lack of effort to nurture and guide his students. Expelling someone because they don't meet a standard isn't guidance, it's neglect. Roy's voice was steady as he added, now think about Izuku. He's not a standard student. He's exceptional. But if UA struggles to give its average students the care they need, how can you be certain they're giving Izuku everything he needs to succeed and stay safe? Inko clutched her chest, her emotions swirling with pride, worry, and doubt. I just want what's best for him. He's so happy at UA, happier than he's been in years. Riza's voice softened. We understand that, but his safety and future as a hero are far more important. Happiness will come when he's fully equipped to handle his powers and the dangers he'll face. Roy's tone became firm but respectful. As Izuku's legal guardian, Mrs. Midoriya, you have the final say. You have the authority to pull him from UA, even if it's against his wishes. That's why we came to you directly. We know this is a difficult decision, but we believe it's the right one for his safety and future. Inko's hands trembled as she set down her cup, her mind racing with the weight of their words. I need time to think about this. Back at the resort with Class 1A. Okay, next up we have Setsuna, Ashido said, her voice brimming with excitement. Setsuna grinned, and everyone could tell her question was going to be something bold. Setsuna rubbed her hands together mischievously. Never have I ever had my first time. The class fell dead silent. The tension in the room was almost palpable as faces began heating up in embarrassment, everyone glancing at each other awkwardly. Setsuna smirked, clearly enjoying the chaos she had unleashed. Wow, seriously, none of you have tasted the forbidden fruit. You know, she added nonchalantly, a survey says that 34% of people had their first time in high school. The class collectively turned a deeper shade of red, with some coughing or fidgeting nervously. And, she continued, her grin widening, 35% were hero course students. Makes sense, right? Manetta's eyes sparkled with mischief as he chimed in, grinning like a Cheshire cat. You know how stressful hero work can be. Some people just let that stress build up. Then bam, a night of passion, Setsuna finished, leaning back in her seat with a triumphant smirk. Can we move on to the next question already? Jiro groaned, trying to hide her flushed cheeks by covering her face with her hands. That means in a class of 20, 7 people have done it. Pony said, nervously putting her fingers together. Ashido's face lit up lilac. That means there's a possibility some of us here. Her voice trailed into a barely audible whisper as she tried and failed not to steal glances at Izuku. That's way too high, Kaminari stammered, his face flushed as he tugged at his collar. If it's higher, it's probably because the only people who took the survey are the ones who like to read about that stuff, Toru said, flickering in and out of visibility like a malfunctioning light bulb. Right, it's sample selection bias, Iida added, adjusting his glasses. That number is far too high to represent a reasonable proportion, especially for hero course students. Oh, for sure, Shiro said, nodding fervently. Yep, Sato added, his expression overly earnest. Monoma coughed nervously, his usual smirk replaced with a hesitant frown. Yeah, totally inaccurate. Itsuka's face turned a deep crimson as she awkwardly waved her hands. Why yeah, and no way that number is that high. The classes shared a round of awkward laughs, everyone avoiding eye contact. You think so? Momo asked innocently, before casually reaching for a cookie. Abara followed suit. The sound of them taking a bite echoed like thunder in the suddenly silent room. Everyone froze. Setsuna's teasing smirk dissolved into one of disbelief. 35% seems accurate enough to me, Momo said calmly, sipping her tea. The rest of the students stared at her and Abara in shock, jaws practically on the floor. Someone managed to sputter as Izuku, who was seated beside Momo, turned his head slowly, his mouth agape. Agreed, Abara added, her serene expression unwavering. Actually, I'd argue the percentage is rather low. Setsuna, unblinking, hesitantly spoke up, her voice losing its usual confidence. I'm positive I already know the answer, but, are you saying this because you're in that 35%? Yes, Abara said matter-of-factly. I have been for some time now. The collective gasp that followed was almost deafening. Abara Shiozaki, the most religious girl in the room. So have I, Momo said, her cheeks turning a faint pink as she glanced briefly at Izuku, whose shocked expression could rival a statue's. All at once, the girls in the room turned to Izuku with unblinking intensity, their gazes sharp as knives. Izuku's mouth moved, but no words came out. I mean, Suyu croaked, shrinking back as if to disappear. Momo smiled faintly. There's no need to be secretive, Izuku. You clearly have quite a bit of experience. Izuku stiffened, as if struck by lightning, while Kaminari and Minetta's gazes burned holes into his skull. And Suyu, Momo continued with complete innocence, I'm well aware you have siblings, so I'm sure you do it all the time. A record-scratch silence descended on the room. What? Suyu shouted, her face redder than her tongue. Of course not. Are you crazy, Yaoyorozu? I'd never do that with Satsuki and Samadare. Momo blinked in confusion. But you three are family, it's only natural. Fear and horror rippled through the room. Abara chimed in, her tone serene. Agreed. Why? I just did it with my newborn nephew last week. Dead silence. And I even captured it on video. Gasps erupted from both classes. A baby. Several voices shouted in unison. You sick freak, you even recorded it. Awase yelled, recoiling in his chair. Have you no shame? Suyu clutched Izuku's arm tightly, her eyes wide with fear. Those were some good times, Abara said with a serene smile, completely oblivious to the mounting tension. Intimacy isn't something to fear, regardless of what you've been told, Momo added, sighing as she took another sip of tea. Why must society warp these things so much? Society is fine, it's you and your family that are warped. Iida shouted, his voice cracking under the strain. Kota, meanwhile, was frozen in horror. And Kota, Abara added, turning her gaze to him, what about your pet rabbit? Surely you do it with him all the time. Kota shook his head violently, holding up a trembling sign that read, please don't drag me or Usagimaru into this. As the room erupted into chaos, Izuku's mind was spinning like a broken record. Who knew the Yaoyorozu family life was this horrific? Wait. Izuku blinked, suddenly struck by a realization. He held up his hand to stop the pandemonium. Momo, Shiozaki. Quick question for both of you, he said hesitantly. The entire room turned to him, their mortified expressions begging for clarity. Are you sure you know what the term, First time, means? Izuku asked, his voice carefully measured. Momo sighed, giving him a bemused look. Honestly, Midoriya, what do you take me for? It's your first kiss. The room went silent again, but this time the horror melted into blank stares. Of course, Abara added, tilting her head. The tension snapped as Setsuna's smirk returned, more devious than ever. Oh, Setsuna said, her voice dripping with mischief as she flashed a sly grin. We're going to ruin this poor girl's faith in humanity. Kendo gave Setsuna a knowing look, crossing her arms. I'll do it. You're gonna enjoy this way too much, she said with a stern tone, stepping forward with a sense of authority. Setsuna, sensing the challenge, threw her hands up in mock defeat. Boo, you take all the fun out of it. Kendo ignored her, leaning in to whisper, her voice carrying just loud enough for everyone to hear. The room went quiet as her words landed, and the class slowly began turning red as the conversation took a more uncomfortable turn. The awkwardness was palpable, faces erupting into blushes all around. Momo, caught off guard, cleared her throat in a failed attempt to regain composure. I can't believe so many have performed so many, intimate interactions, she said, her voice faltering as her face deepened in color. Abara, ever the drama queen, gasped in horror. And not even married, no less. She exclaimed, her eyes wide with mock shock. That number has to be inaccurate. Abara then turned toward the big three, who had been mostly silent up until this point. You are upperclassmen, please, tell us this is completely false, she said, pleading for confirmation with a desperate gaze. The big three shifted uncomfortably in their seats, unsure of how to respond. Mirio gave an awkward chuckle, Amajiki turned away with a nervous expression, and Nijire's face was now a deep shade of pink. Look, Mirio began, his tone becoming a little too casual, heroes have needs, too. The room collectively fell to the floor with exaggerated comedy at Mirio's statement, all the students groaning in unison. Mirio raised his hands in defense. Okay, maybe that wasn't the best way to put it. Don't be ashamed, though, Nijire continued, trying to salvage the conversation. It's perfectly normal, we're all human. Plus, Amajiki added, glancing nervously at the group, with all the crazy and dangerous stuff they put us through, a lot of students get a little, stressed. And, well, Nijire quickly chimed in, her voice lighthearted, thank God the dorms are soundproof. There was a collective cringe as the realization set in. Though, Nijire added, her tone turning mischievous, Mirio isn't allowed to phase in the dorms anymore. She smiled brightly, clearly enjoying the effect her words were having. Mirio blushed fiercely, and the class erupted in snickers as he scratched the back of his head awkwardly. Oh yeah, Satoru and Mika were so mad. I still can't look them in the eye, he admitted, clearly embarrassed by the memory. Izuku's face burned with embarrassment, mirroring the expressions of his classmates, who were all frozen in awkward silence. And no offense to the boys, Nijire continued, her tone casual but utterly unhelpful, but constantly seeing hot girls in tight, sometimes revealing costumes definitely gets them, a little excited. She giggled softly. There've been a few mishaps here and there, especially with guys in, skin-tight outfits. Everyone blushed furiously, some squirming in their seats as the atmosphere grew unbearably awkward. Izuku fidgeted, wishing for a way out of the conversation, while Kaminari and Shiro were visibly struggling to keep their composure. Abara's mortified gasp broke the silence. She clasped her hands to her chest, her face a portrait of dismay. To think such an institution would allow such adultery, she exclaimed, her voice rising in incredulity. Iida looked just as horrified, his posture rigid as he quickly descended into a moralistic rant. This is completely unacceptable behavior. As students training to be heroes, we must uphold the highest standards of decency and propriety. While Iida's speech carried on, Izuku's phone vibrated in his pocket. Grateful for the distraction, he glanced down to see a message from Ituka, meet me outside. Now, confused but curious, he raised his head and caught sight of Ituka standing at the door, gesturing for him to follow her. She wore a small, mischievous smile, her orange yukata glowing softly in the warm light of the room. Sorry, Izuku stammered to Suyu and Momo, who were sitting beside him, before rising from his seat. He kept his head down as he quietly slipped out of the room, hoping to avoid drawing attention. Unfortunately, Setsuna noticed him leaving. She smirked slyly, leaning back in her chair. Well, she muttered under her breath, what's going on there? Outside the resort, Ituka led Izuku to a quiet elevator at the far end of the resort. The two rode in silence, the soft hum of the machinery filling the air. Izuku tried to gather his thoughts, glancing occasionally at her. She seemed calm, yet there was a spark of excitement in her eyes. When the elevator doors opened, they stepped out into the open-air courtyard. Lanterns swayed gently in the evening breeze, their light reflecting off the serene ocean in the distance. The scent of fresh sea salt mixed with the sweet aroma of blooming flowers. Where are we going? Izuku asked hesitantly as they walked down a cobblestone path lined with bamboo and decorative Tanabata streamers. The festival was about to kick into full swing, with the distant sounds of laughter, music, and festival games echoing through the resort. You'll see, Ituka replied cryptically, her smile growing wider. She tugged on his sleeve, pulling him toward the beach. When they reached the shoreline, Izuku gasped. The beach was quiet, a stark contrast to the bustling resort above. Strings of glowing lanterns were strung along the sand, illuminating the area in a warm, golden light. As they arrived at the ATV rental station, Izuku's eyes widened when he saw a woman casually handed the keys to one of the vehicles. How about we go for a ride? Ituka suggested, her tone light but her eyes sparkling with excitement. Cool, Izuku said, almost bouncing on his heels. Then he paused. Wait, you know how to drive one of those? As an ATV was pulled up to them, Ituka smirked and swung a leg over it effortlessly. Yeah, she said, her voice teasing. My mom's a huge motorcycle enthusiast. I guess it rubbed off on me. Pretty sure I learned to ride before I could walk, she added with a chuckle. Izuku blinked in awe as she adjusted the handlebars. She looked so confident, so natural, like she belonged on that ATV. Now get on, Ituka said, her voice softer but tinged with a hint of nervousness. Izuku's face went red. Wait, you mean we're sharing one? He blurted out, his voice cracking slightly. Ituka turned her head away, her cheeks dusted with pink. Yeah, you doofus, now hurry up and get on. She snapped, though the blush creeping across her face betrayed her flustered state. Izuku hesitated, but finally climbed on behind her, the seat feeling more snug than he'd expected. As he settled in, his thighs brushed against hers, the unexpected contact sending a jolt through them both. Izuku stiffened, his face burning, while Ituka swallowed hard, pretending to focus on the controls. Wrap your arms around me, I want you close, Ituka said, her voice quieter now. Izuku blinked in shock but obeyed, his arms tentatively wrapping around her waist. He tried not to notice how warm she felt beneath his touch, but his heart was pounding in his chest. Itsuka's breath hitched as she felt his arms around her, firm and strong. Come on, Ituka, focus. You're not a perv, she scolded herself silently. Still, the heat radiating from him and the way his fingers brushed her sides made her lips curl into a shy smile. You ready? She asked, trying to sound casual, though her voice trembled slightly. Why yeah, Izuku stammered, tightening his grip just a little, trying to ignore how his heart felt like it might leap out of his chest. With a rev of the engine, the ATV roared to life, and they sped off, the cool ocean breeze doing little to calm the heat rising between them. Ituka, slow down, Izuku yelled, his voice nearly lost in the rushing wind as they tore along the private beach. The ATV's tires dug into the soft sand, kicking up clouds of fine dust and salty spray as they sped past the gentle waves lapping at the shore. Woo-hoo, Ituka whooped, her laughter carrying over the crashing waves. Izuku clung to her tightly, his arms locked around her waist as the ATV bounced over a patch of uneven sand. Every jolt sent his heart racing and made Itsuka's pulse quicken, her grin widening. She swerved sharply to the right, steering them toward a narrow trail that snaked away from the beach and up a hillside covered with lush greenery. As they climbed higher, the ground grew rockier and more uneven, but that only seemed to excite Ituka more. The ATV skidded slightly as Ituka banked hard around a curve, sending small pebbles tumbling down the slope. Ituka, watch out, Izuku shouted, his voice rising in alarm as the ATV narrowly avoided a protruding rock. She just laughed, her eyes gleaming with exhilaration. Relax, I've got it. Itsuka's grin didn't falter as she pushed the ATV harder, the tires digging into the dirt and gravel. Suddenly, the trail dipped sharply. They drove off a small ridge, and for a moment, Izuku felt his stomach drop as they were airborne, weightless, with nothing but sky around them. Then the ATV landed with a solid thud, the suspension absorbing the impact as they descended into a secluded valley surrounded by rolling hills and flowering shrubs. "See, that was fun, wasn't it?" Itsuka said, glancing back with a playful grin. Izuku, who had buried his head into her shoulder during the wild ride, muttered in response. "You almost gave me a heart attack," he mumbled, his voice muffled against her shoulder. Itsuka stuck out her tongue and giggled. "Oh, don't be such a baby. Besides, you have to admit the view is amazing." They reached a higher section of the trail, where the dense vegetation gave way to a breathtaking vista. The ocean stretched out endlessly below them, the waves glittering under the midday sun. Down on the beach, festival decorations were being set up, colorful lanterns swaying in the breeze and intricate banners flapping against the backdrop of golden sand. Izuku's eyes widened as he took in the scene. A wide smile spread across his face, his earlier nerves melting away in the serenity of the moment. Itsuka slowed the ATV to a gentle pace, giving them time to take in the view. "Incredible, right?" she said, her voice softer now, tinged with awe as her gaze swept across the horizon. "Yeah, amazing," Izuku replied, his tone mirroring hers. The wind rushing against his face added to the sense of freedom he felt in that moment. "You know," Itsuka began, her eyes still fixed on the view, "I've always loved riding motorcycles. First thing I'm doing when I become a pro, with my first paycheck, is buying my own bike." She closed her eyes briefly, letting the wind whip against her face, her expression serene. "There's just something about it, the wind rushing against my skin, my heart pounding, and actually being able to go fast." With a mischievous smile, she revved the ATV's engine, the sudden roar making Izuku clutch her waist tighter. His cheeks flushed as he realized how close they were. Itsuka burst into laughter, the sound carefree and infectious. "See, it's thrilling, isn't it?" Izuku couldn't help but laugh a little himself, though his face was still red. "Yeah, I guess it is." Quote. Itsuka blushed slightly, her voice nervous. "Hey, there's fireworks coming up. Do you want to watch them with me, or, whatever?" Izuku's face turned red as they rode through the terrain. Sorry, I kinda promised Hagakure I'd watch them with her." "Oh," Itsuka's voice dropped with disappointment. Izuku immediately felt bad. "It's cool, don't worry about it," she added quickly, trying to mask her feelings. As they continued, an idea sparked in Izuku's mind. He glanced at the Omnitrix on his wrist. "Hey, Itsuka, I've got an idea, it could be fun," he said, his voice a little uncertain. Itsuka raised an eyebrow and glanced over her shoulder, confused. Izuku removed his hands from her waist, holding the Omnitrix up to his face. He pressed the button, and the faceplate popped up. She watched curiously as he slammed down on the Omnitrix, causing a green flash to erupt behind her. "Whoa," Itsuka exclaimed, the sudden change in weight startling her. "Whoa, no transforming on the bike," she said, trying to steady herself. She turned to see Izuku had transformed into Upgrade. Itsuka gasped as green circuitry covered the vehicle. The wheels bulged and strengthened, and the engine roared with new power. The mufflers shifted, the frame became sleeker, and the headlights glowed a vibrant green. "How's that for an upgrade?" Upgrade's voice echoed through the ATV's speakers, his tone full of confidence. "Now, how about we see how fast this thing can really go?" Itsuka's earlier disappointment melted into an ecstatic grin as the newly enhanced engines roared to life. "Oh, this is gonna be good," she said, her voice brimming with excitement. With a sudden burst of energy, the ATV shot forward, the mufflers igniting with a flash of light as it accelerated at breakneck speed. "Whoa," Itsuka screamed, gripping the handlebars tightly as the wind whipped past her face. She leaned into the rush, her heart pounding as they tore across the trail. The enhanced ATV glided effortlessly over the rugged terrain, weaving between trees and rocks with precision. They zoomed past startled birds and kicked up clouds of sand as they hit the beach, the tires skidding slightly before regaining traction. Izuku, now fully merged with the vehicle as Upgrade, couldn't help but laugh. "Hold on tight," he warned as they sped along the shoreline, the ocean spray misting over them. Itsuka's ponytail came undone, her vibrant ginger hair flowing freely in the wind like a fiery cascade. "This is insane," she screamed, her voice ringing with pure exhilaration as the ATV soared through the air, leaving the ground behind. Before landing with a thud, they swerved around a bend, the ATV racing along the edge of the water before coming to a sudden, smooth stop near a secluded part of the beach. The tires dug into the sand, leaving deep grooves behind as the engine purred quietly, winding down. Itsuka leaned against the ATV, her breaths coming in quick, exhilarated gasps. "That was amazing," she exclaimed, her voice tinged with excitement. Upgrade emerged from the vehicle, his circuitry pulsing faintly. "I don't usually get a chance to use Upgrade for stuff like this." "Glad you liked it," he said, his gaze shifting to her. Her long orange hair, usually tied neatly into a high ponytail on the left side of her head, had come undone during the ride. The loose strands framed her face, her bangs falling in their usual 3 clumps around her teal eyes, while the rest of her hair tumbled down her back in a cascade. It was a stark contrast to her usual look, making her seem more carefree and unguarded. Itsuka didn't seem to notice her disheveled appearance as she leaned forward on the ATV, animatedly recounting the experience. "That was insane. I've never gone that fast in my life. We were like Zoom," she exclaimed, waving her arms to emphasize her point. Upgrade couldn't help but linger on her appearance. The way her hair caught the light, the flush of adrenaline on her cheeks, and the sparkle in her teal eyes, it all left him momentarily speechless. Itsuka continued talking, gesturing wildly as she relived the excitement of their ride. She paused mid-sentence when she noticed Upgrade staring at her, or at least, that's what she assumed from the focus of his single eye. Izuku, you're staring," Itsuka said, her tone teasing but with a hint of curiosity. If Upgrade could blush, he would have been bright red. Sorry," he stammered, awkwardly scratching the back of his head. I've never seen you with your hair down." Itsuka blinked, then gasped as she realized her ponytail had come undone. Her hands flew to her hair, her face flushing deeply as she tried to gather the loose strands. This is so embarrassing," she muttered, fumbling to fix her usual style. "Don't worry about it," Upgrade quickly said, his tone laced with nervous reassurance. You look nice." Itsuka froze for a moment, her fingers stilling in her hair as her face grew warmer. She glanced at him, a little shy smile tugging at her lips. Really? Thanks, Izuku," she murmured, her voice softer now. Upgrade hesitated before adding, "I mean it. You look different, but in a good way. You should wear your hair down more often." That comment only made her blush harder. I better go return this ATV," Itsuka stammered, quickly retreating to avoid further embarrassment. Upgrade touched the Omnitrix dial, and in a flash of green light, Izuku returned to his human form. As Itsuka grabbed the ATV's handles, she hesitated for a moment and turned back. "Thanks for today, Izuku. It was really fun." Izuku rubbed the back of his neck, a sheepish smile on his face. It was fun for me too," he admitted. Itsuka gave him a quick wave. "I'll see you later," she called, her voice a mix of warmth and lingering fluster. Izuku stood there, watching her leave, his face tinged pink. He was about to head back when a light poke on his shoulder made him turn around. Setsuna stood there, smirking up at him, hands on her hips. "Yo, Midoriya, where's Kendo?" Izuku blinked, startled. She went to return the ATV. Setsuna groaned dramatically. "Seriously, you guys went ATV riding without me? That's cold, Midoriya. I would have totally smoked you both on the track." Izuku chuckled nervously. It wasn't exactly a race. Honestly, it was kind of terrifying. Sounds like an adrenaline rush to me," Setsuna said, shrugging before leaning forward slightly, her smirk widening. "Anyway, me and the girls are about to get ready into our kimono." Izuku froze as the mental image of Setsuna and her friends in elegant kimonos popped into his head. His face instantly reddened. Setsuna's sharp eyes caught on immediately, and her smirk turned downright mischievous. "Oh, I see it now. You're already picturing us, huh? Naughty, Midoriya." I wasn't," Izuku stammered, his face burning. Laughing, Setsuna waved him off. "Relax, I'm just messing with you." She shifted her weight to one foot, her voice becoming a bit softer. "So, after we're all set, we're thinking about heading up to light lanterns. A bunch of our classmates are planning to go. You wanna join us?" Izuku considered the offer, scratching his cheek. "I don't see why not. Sure, I'd like to." Setsuna grinned, giving him a thumbs up. "Sweet. Don't chicken out on us now, Midoriya." With that, she turned and walked off, her confidence as unwavering as ever. As night fell, the festival atmosphere buzzed with energy as Class 1A and Class 1B prepared for the evening's festivities. The girls excitedly gathered in their rooms, helping each other don their elegant kimonos, chatting and laughing as they adjusted sashes and admired one another's looks. Meanwhile, in the boys' quarters, Kirishima was in the middle of an uphill battle. "Come on, Bakugo. It's for the festival, you'll look great." Bakugo growled low in his throat, glaring at the crimson-haired boy like a cornered animal. "Why the hell do I have to wear this stupid thing?" "Because it's tradition. Plus, you'll look manly." Kirishima grinned, holding up the neatly folded kimono. Bakugo snatched it with a huff, grumbling under his breath. "Tch, this is so dumb." A few minutes later, he emerged from his room, wearing the kimono with a scowl that dared anyone to comment. Elsewhere, a handful of boys hesitated to put on their kimonos, shifting uncomfortably as they adjusted to the unfamiliar attire. "This thing's so tight," Kaminari complained, fidgeting with his sash. "It's not that bad," Tokiyami remarked, looking surprisingly at ease in his dark, crow-themed kimono. The girls soon emerged, a colorful array of vibrant fabrics and intricate patterns, drawing a collective "wow" from the boys who had gathered outside. Mina twirled in her pink and gold kimono, striking a playful pose. "What do you guys think? Pretty cute, huh? You look amazing, Ashido," Kirishima said enthusiastically, earning a bright grin from her. Ochako adjusted her obi with a shy smile. "I feel so fancy in this. Do you think it's too much?" "No way," Izuku said quickly, his face already turning pink as he tried not to stare at the girls. Kyoka, her own face beet red, peeked out from behind Momo, trying to hide her embarrassment. "This feels so embarrassing," she muttered. Momo, meanwhile, twirled slightly in her kimono, the fabric flowing elegantly around her. Her cheeks carried a light dusting of pink, but her face lit up with excitement. "Whoa," Izuku breathed, his eyes lingering on the two girls for a moment too long. Both of them blushed under his gaze, and Izuku quickly scratched his cheek, realizing how flustered he looked. "Thanks, Green," Kyoka said as she hesitantly stepped forward, still fidgeting. "Though I feel a little embarrassed in this." Izuku shook his head earnestly. "No, you look perfect," he blurted without thinking. Kyoka's face turned crimson, and she immediately jabbed him on the forehead with her earphone jack. Doofus," she mumbled, trying to hide her own flustered reaction. As the girls gathered, Tsuyu stood beside Ochako, quietly observing. Momo turned to her with a grateful smile. "Thanks, Tsu, for helping us put these on," Momo said, turning toward the quiet girl. Her voice was full of gratitude. "Yeah, you were a lifesaver," Kyoka added with a small smile. "I don't know what we'd have done without you." Tsuyu blushed faintly from the praise, glancing down modestly. "Don't worry about it, Ribbit," she replied. Her eyes drifted to Izuku, who was fidgeting with his kimono. Her sharp gaze caught something amiss. "Midoriya," Tsuyu said softly, stepping closer to him. "Hold still, your obi's coming loose." "Huh, oh, sorry," Izuku stammered, freezing in place as Tsuyu carefully adjusted his sash. Her hands worked deftly, and her focus was entirely on making sure everything looked perfect. As she tied the final knot, her fingers lingered for a moment. "There, that's better," she said, her voice quieter than usual. She looked up at him, her cheeks tinted a faint pink. "Thanks, Tsuyu," Izuku said with a sheepish smile. You're really good at this. Tsuyu blinked, her heart skipping a beat at his genuine praise. She looked away, trying to suppress the small smile tugging at her lips. It's nothing, Ribbit, she replied, her tone soft but carrying a hint of warmth. I help my siblings with this all the time so I'm used to it. From Class 1B's side, Setsuna sauntered out confidently, her green and black kimono adorned with a bold floral pattern and accented by her ever-present mischievous grin. Yo, Midoriya, what do you think? How do I look? She asked, striking a playful pose. Izuku blinked, his face flushing. Why you look great. He stammered, quickly averting his eyes. Itsuka soon joined them, her face carrying a faint blush as she adjusted the hem of her own kimono. Thanks, Midoriya, Setsuna said, chuckling at his flustered reaction, before giving Itsuka a sly wink. As the two classes mingled, lively chatter and laughter filled the warm summer night. The scent of festival food wafted through the air, mingling with the sound of distant music and fireworks. All right, everyone, Ida's voice rang out, cutting through the commotion as he performed his signature chopping motion. Let's make the most of the festival activities. But remember to stay in groups, and if you need to leave, make sure at least one person knows where you're going. From Class 1A, Toru shyly approached Izuku, her outline flickering faintly into view as she spoke. Hey, Midoriya. Izuku's heart skipped a beat as he turned to her. Hey, Hagakure, he replied nervously. So, are we still? He trailed off, referring to their earlier plan to meet and discuss what she'd meant when she confessed, I love you. Toru nodded, her voice light but filled with meaning. Yeah, watching the fireworks with you will be special, she said softly, her smile almost visible through her tone. Izuku smiled back, his nerves settling a little, until he suddenly felt an arm sling over his shoulders. His face turned scarlet as Mina leaned in, her bust pressing against him. Hey, Midori, till then, how about we hang out, huh? Mina grinned mischievously, her voice playful and teasing. Before Izuku could respond, a floating hand gently nudged Mina aside. Sorry, but no can do, Setsuna chimed in, stepping in with her signature smirk. Midoriya's already coming with us. Yui nodded stoically, her usual soft, signaling her agreement. We're planning to head up the mountain, Yanagi added, her tone gentle yet firm. We'll spread the lanterns and make our wishes. And, Setsuna added with a grin, looping her arm around Izuku's, Midoriya already promised to hang out with us tonight. Didn't you, Midoriya? Izuku blinked, flustered but unable to deny the claim. I did. The girls of Class 1A felt a pang in their hearts at Setsuna's casual claim, though they tried to hide it. Mina pouted, folding her arms. Fiend, she drawled, her usual cheer tinged with a hint of frustration. Toru placed a comforting hand on Mina's shoulder but said nothing. But don't think this is over, Midori. Mina added, her usual grin returning as she jabbed a finger toward him. I'm coming for my chance next time, got it? Izuku laughed nervously, scratching the back of his head. Oh okay, I'll make time for everyone. Good answer, Midoriya, Setsuna quipped with a sly grin, tugging him toward her group as Mina huffed dramatically. Now come on, hero. We've got lanterns to light and wishes to make. After a few minutes, Izuku found himself walking with a small group from Class 1B. The group included Setsuna, Yui, Yanagi, Kanoko, Kojirabando, and Kiriroro. They were steadily making their way up the mountain trail of the resort, the forest around them illuminated by the faint glow of lanterns they carried. Where exactly are we headed? Izuku asked, glancing around nervously as the forest grew denser. The best spot to light lanterns, obviously, Kiriroro said with a mischievous grin. Apparently, it's also home to some of the spookiest ghosts and supernatural stuff. Izuku's shoulders tensed, the lingering memory of Ghost Freak sending a shiver down his spine. I think I've had enough encounters with ghosts for a while. Yui nodded solemnly. She glanced at Yanagi. How did you even hear about this place? Yanagi put a finger to her chin, her voice soft and a little eerie. I overheard rumors. They say this mountain is haunted by something called the Charms of Bezel. Charms of Bezel, Izuku repeated, tilting his head. It's an old story, Yanagi began, her tone calm but carrying an unsettling edge. Legend says a traveler once came here, carrying strange, cursed trinkets. He offered them to people in the village below, promising good fortune. But instead of luck, the charms brought disaster. People vanished, and strange shadows were seen roaming the mountain. Some say their spirits still linger, luring anyone foolish enough to light lanterns here into their curse. Kanoko shuddered, clinging to Kojira's arm. Why Yanagi, you're not helping. Kojira laughed nervously. I'm sure it's just a story, Kanoko. Right. Setsuna scoffed, though her grin was a little forced. Come on, Yanagi, that's just an old wives' tale. Ghosts and curses. Sounds like something out of a bad horror movie. A month ago, you said aliens were the second most unrealistic thing next to ghosts, Yanagi countered smoothly, her face impassive but her tone lightly teasing. Setsuna froze mid-step, a bead of sweat forming on her temple. That's different. How was I supposed to know aliens were actually real? Izuku cupped his chin thoughtfully. She kind of has a point. Et2, Midoriya, Setsuna groaned, shaking slightly. Okay, fine, I was wrong about aliens and ghosts, but seriously, there's no way this mountain's haunted. Right. Kuriroro shrugged, his usual mischievous grin returning. Who knows, maybe the charms of Bezel are just waiting for us to start lighting lanterns. What's the worst that could happen? His grin widened devilishly. Maybe they'll. Enough of the spooky talk, shroom. Kanoko cut in, shaking like a leaf and tugging Kojira closer. Let's just focus on getting to the spot and lighting the lanterns, okay? Yanagi let out a soft chuckle. Don't worry, Kanoko. I'm sure if anything happens, we'll have Midoriya to protect us. Izuku laughed nervously, scratching the back of his head. All right, no ghosts, just lanterns and wishes. The group pressed on, the shadows of the trees seeming to stretch and twist in the faint light of their lanterns. Even Setsuna couldn't help glancing over her shoulder now and then, her confident stride a little less sure than usual. The forest seemed darker now, the canopy above blocking out most of the moonlight. Every creak of a branch or rustle of leaves made the group jumpy. Suddenly, a loud crack echoed through the still air. Ah! Setsuna yelped, instinctively grabbing Izuku's arm. On the opposite side, Yui clutched his other arm without a word. Izuku's face immediately turned a bright shade of red, caught off guard by the two girls clinging to him. It's okay, he stammered, trying to calm his pounding heart. Sorry, Midoriya, Setsuna muttered, her usual confidence faltering as she trembled slightly. Her grip on his arm was firm, and she unconsciously leaned closer, her green eyes darting around the forest. No problem, Izuku said, his voice a little shaky. He glanced over at Yui, who still wore her typical neutral expression. Yui, are you okay? He asked. Kojira chuckled nervously from behind. She doesn't look scared at all. Yui tilted her head slightly, her face as blank as ever. What do you mean? I'm terrified, she said flatly, though her trembling hands clutched Izuku's arm tighter. The group collectively sweat dropped. I can never read that girl. Izuku, Setsuna, and Kojira all thought simultaneously. Setsuna shifted her grip, and Izuku's breath caught as she unintentionally pressed his arm closer against her chest. Despite the layers of fabric separating them, he could sense the warmth and suppleness of her breast, making his face flush with heat. Oops, Setsuna said, flashing a sheepish grin despite her fear. Sorry about that. Izuku's voice cracked slightly. It's fine. After what felt like an eternity, the group finally emerged from the forest and found themselves at a serene clearing by a shimmering body of water. The surface reflected the starry night sky above, and glowing fireflies flitted gracefully through the air, adding a magical touch to the scene. Wow, Kanoko breathed, her eyes wide as she took in the breathtaking view. This place is beautiful. The gentle lapping of the water against the shore added to the tranquil atmosphere. Other groups were already there, carrying lanterns that glowed softly in the night. The warm golden light of the lanterns danced on the water's surface, mingling with the reflections of the stars. Kuriroro's shoulders slumped as he sighed dramatically. Boo, I was hoping for something spooky to happen. Kanoko chuckled at his disappointment, adjusting her hat. You're so predictable, Kuriroro. Can't we just enjoy the calm for once? Reiko stood by the water, her usual zombie-like posture giving her an ethereal air under the moonlight. She glanced at Izuku and Yui, who walked up to join her. You know, she began softly, her voice carrying a ghostly tone, people used to laugh when I said the supernatural was real. But after the last few weeks, I think I've been vindicated. Izuku chuckled nervously, scratching the back of his head. I can see why you'd think that. Things have been strange, to say the least. Too bad you can't exactly talk about any of it, Yui added in her usual flat tone, though there was a flicker of humor in her eyes. Reiko turned her gaze to the sky, her expression thoughtful. It does make you wonder, though, what else is out there? Aliens, spirits, ancient beings, there could be entire worlds we've never even dreamed of. Her voice grew more animated as she spoke, her usual monotone replaced by quiet awe. Izuku's breath caught slightly at the sight of her starry-eyed expression, her curiosity lighting up her usually subdued demeanor. If aliens exist, doesn't it make sense that other legends might be rooted in truth? Reiko continued, her voice barely above a whisper. Imagine the history, the technology, or what if beings like ectonerites are the origin of ghost myths on Earth? Yui placed a finger to her chin thoughtfully. If that's true, does that mean you'll eventually turn into some alien mummy or werewolf, Izuku? Izuku's eyes widened, his face lighting up with excitement. You think so? Wait, would I lose all my organs and have them stored in a jar or something? Reiko tilted her head, intrigued. That depends. Did you die when you transformed into Ghost Freak? Izuku furrowed his brow. No, I felt fine. It was just really unsettling. Yui's lips twitched ever so slightly, almost forming a smirk. If you do turn into a werewolf, would you mind if I put a collar on you? Izuku blinked, taken aback. He chuckled nervously, assuming it was a joke. That's funny, Yui. Yui tilted her head slightly, her expression as neutral as ever. What's funny? Izuku instinctively gulped, rubbing his neck protectively. Reiko let out a soft chuckle at his discomfort, her amusement quiet but genuine. Suddenly, Setsuna sauntered into the group with her signature confident grin, tossing her long, dark hair over her shoulder. Vampire, werewolf, PFF'd, you're all thinking way too small. She placed a hand on her hip and gave Izuku a teasing look. If Midoriya ever turns into some kind of vampiric alien hottie, he can totally take a bite out of me. Izuku's face turned beet red. What? Setsuna smirked and invaded his personal space, pressing her back against his chest dramatically like she was fainting. One hand clutched her chest while the other rested theatrically against her forehead. Oh no, Midoriya's alien urges are too strong. He's completely lost control, and now the only way to stop him is to make the ultimate sacrificial offering, me. Her dramatic pose was so over the top that Reiko raised an eyebrow. Setsuna, stop teasing him, Reiko said quietly, though the faintest hint of a smile played on her lips. Izuku's face turned bright red as he waved his hands frantically. I wouldn't lose control like that, he stammered, his voice rising an octave. Setsuna tilted her head, a sly grin spreading across her face. Relax, Midoriya, everyone knows the tastiest blood comes from a virgin. Yanagi's gaze shifted toward Setsuna, her tone flat. Oh, so you're not offering yourself then? Setsuna's mouth fell open in shock, her usual confidence slipping for a moment. Meanwhile, Izuku tried his best not to laugh but failed, his snickers breaking through. Hey, that's so rude, I'm not that kind of girl, Setsuna exclaimed, pouting as she playfully batted at Yanagi's shoulder. Yanagi blinked, her expression unchanging. I only said what you left open for interpretation, she replied, her words calm but teasing. Setsuna groaned dramatically, tossing her hair over her shoulder. You're lucky I'm such a forgiving person, Yanagi. You'll pay for that later. Shroom guys, it's starting. Kanoko chirped, her voice brimming with enthusiasm. Come on, let's spread the lanterns and make our wishes. The group eagerly moved into position, the soft glow of lanterns lighting up their faces. Kuriro, holding his lantern, gave a dramatic smirk. Let these lanterns carry the shadows of our hopes and dreams into the void beyond. A fitting tribute to the night, he said, his deep voice adding an ominous flair. Setsuna rolled her eyes, smirking as she adjusted her own lantern. Geez, Vantablack, tone it down. You sound like you're narrating a horror movie. She held her lantern up, the light flickering against her sharp grin. Mine's gonna be. She put a finger to her chin. Oh, what I wouldn't give to see an actual dinosaur. Setsuna said, like real authentic badass Jurassic Park dinosaur. Kanoko giggled as she sent her lantern floating into the sky. Shroom, Setsuna seriously. Hey girl can dream can she? Setsuna said. ... Hey, Izuku. Yui's voice was soft, almost lost in the hum of conversation and the glow of lanterns being released into the night sky. Izuku turned to her, curiosity in his expression. Do you mind using amphibian on me? Yui asked, her calm tone unwavering, though a faint blush crept across her cheeks. Izuku froze, blinking at her in shock. What? Why would you ask that? Yui glanced away briefly, her blush deepening, but her gaze returned to his with quiet determination. So you can get better control over your telepathic abilities, she said plainly. You need to practice on someone, and I want to be that person. Izuku hesitated, his lantern tilting slightly in his hands. I don't know, Yui. That feels invasive, he said, his voice tinged with guilt. I don't want to go poking around in your head. Yui's lips parted slightly, and her usual stoic demeanor softened. She seemed to weigh her next words carefully before speaking. I trust you, she said, her voice calm but resolute. Besides, you don't want a repeat of what happened with Principal Seijuku, do you? Izuku flinched, his shoulders stiffening. The memory hit him like a tidal wave. Seijuku's mind shattered under the sheer force of amphibian's telepathy, trapped in an endless loop of suffering and guilt. Izuku had only meant to stop him, but he'd gone too far, leaving the man broken and blind. The thought of losing control again sent a shiver down his spine. Oh okay, Izuku finally muttered, though his voice was laced with uncertainty. Yui's face lit up instantly, her excitement glowing through her usually reserved demeanor. Izuku almost swore he could see cat ears sprouting from her head. Izuku's eyes widened as he heard the shout. Hey, the fireworks are gonna start soon. A little girl exclaimed, pointing up toward the sky. Wait, fireworks. Izuku spun around, his heart racing as he realized what he had forgotten. Oh no, I'm supposed to meet Toru, he said, panic creeping into his voice as he quickly turned to run. Hey, wait, how are you planning on getting to her? Kanoko called after him, but Izuku was already pulling out the Omnitrix. The faceplate popped up, quickly scanning through the options. I'll use fast track, he shouted back, slamming his hand down on the faceplate. A bright green flash exploded from the device, and in the blink of an eye, it was as if he vanished into thin air. With a whoosh, the blur of blue sped through the forest, the wind howling as it passed by trees and rocks with incredible speed. As he ran, the ground beneath him seemed to blur, and the trees turned into mere streaks of green. He was a blur of motion, weaving between obstacles like they were nothing. The landscape turned into a dizzying tunnel of color as Fast Track raced toward the resort. With the wind rushing past him, Izuku's mind was focused only on reaching Toru. The world slowed down around him as he honed in on his destination. A few moments later, he arrived, his feet barely touching the ground as he came to a sudden stop in front of the spot where Toru had been waiting. Hagakure, Fast Track called out, skidding to a stop just behind her. The wind from his abrupt halt ruffled her kimono and sent her hair flying. Hey, Midoriya, Toru said, a soft smile forming on her invisible face as she tucked her hair behind her ear. You're fast. Izuku smiled sheepishly. I didn't want to be late. The area around them was alive with activity. Couples and groups of friends were gathered, some sitting on blankets, others standing by the railings to get a better view of the fireworks. A few lanterns hung overhead, adding a romantic glow to the atmosphere. Toru gently tugged Izuku's sleeve, leading him toward a quieter, more secluded area. Her usual bubbly energy seemed subdued, but her excitement was still evident in the bounce of her step. Izuku followed, his heart pounding lightly as they walked. Toru, flickering in and out of visibility, was a different story. Her own heart raced in her chest, and she was certain that if Izuku could see her, her blushing face would give everything away. As they stopped, the lively buzz of the others in the distance filled the quiet. Izuku's mind wandered back to when Toru had shouted out her feelings for him in the middle of that chaotic moment, when he thought he was walking toward his death. The memory sent a jolt through him. That, coupled with Ituka and Momo's recent confessions, left him more confused than ever. "Looks like everyone's having their big moments, huh?" Toru said suddenly, her voice light and cheery. "Huh?" Izuku blinked, turning toward her. Toru gestured to a group of couples nearby, her unseen hand waving toward them. "You know, confessions, cuddling under blankets, fireworks. It's all so romantic." Izuku's face flushed. Why yeah, I guess it is," he stammered. Toru giggled softly, but there was a nervous undertone in her laugh. She fiddled with her fingers, trying to muster the courage to say what was on her mind. "You've been spending a lot of time with Ituka," Toru said, her voice light, though there was a slight crack in her cheery tone. Izuku tilted his head, scratching the back of his neck. Yeah, we've been hanging out a lot lately." "Even went on a date, huh?" Toru asked, her tone still playful, though her words came slower now. "Are you two dating?" Izuku flinched, his blush deepening as he quickly shook his head. "And no, I mean, it wasn't really a date. We're just friends." Toru tilted her head, her heart thumping a little faster. She studied him for a moment, her eyes wide, but she quickly composed herself, giving a small, "oh," in response. There was a slight pause as the awkward tension lingered. For a moment, she let the silence settle between them before forcing a smile into her voice again. "You know, I heard you went to Momo's family gala. You're really making your rounds with the girls, Midori, huh? You're, like, super popular." Izuku's face went an even deeper shade of red. I don't think so," he protested, his voice cracking slightly. "I'm really not. Trust me, Midoriya," Toru cut in with a giggle, "you have no idea. You're like prime hero boyfriend material. Everyone knows it." Her teasing tone made Izuku look away, utterly flustered. Then, Toru's voice softened. The lightheartedness faded, replaced by something more vulnerable. "Midoriya, about what I said back then." Izuku blinked, turning toward her as her voice wavered. "You asked me if I meant what I said back then," Toru began, her voice quieter now. "When you gave yourself up for us, like it didn't matter if you made it out as long as we did." Her hand clenched over her chest as she looked at him, her invisibility fading enough for her features to come into view under the glow of the fireworks. "Toru." Izuku's tone was gentle, urging her to continue. She stepped closer, the light of the fireworks briefly illuminating her as her invisible body flickered into view. In that moment, her features were soft yet determined, her heart pounding in her chest. "I love you, Midoriya," Toru said, her voice trembling slightly. And with that, the world seemed to pause, the bright explosion of fireworks echoing in the distance as their moment stood still in time. Izuku's face heated up, his heart pounding hard against his chest. His fingers fidgeted at his sides as he tried to form words. "Oh," he mumbled, unable to meet her gaze. Toru flushed deeply, her outline flickering before she turned completely invisible. The fireworks in the distance highlighted her faint silhouette as she threw her hands up dramatically. "Ah, that's your reaction," she exclaimed, her voice cracking with embarrassment. She stomped her foot, making the grass beneath them rustle. "I just confessed, and all you can say is, oh. Ooh, that's it," she cried out, her voice cracking. "Midoriya, are you trying to kill me? You're supposed to say something romantic or cool, not, oh. Sorry." Izuku panicked, waving his hands frantically as he took a step closer. His face burned, and his words tumbled out. I didn't mean it like that. I swear." Toru crossed her arms, her silhouette stiff with indignation. "Didn't mean it," she repeated, her invisible form leaning toward him. "That's even worse." No, I mean," Izuku stammered, stepping back and stumbling slightly over his own feet. He caught himself, holding his hands up defensively. "I kinda figured it out earlier." Toru paused, her shoulders slumping slightly. Her outline flickered back into view, revealing the confusion and nervous hope on her face. "Why you did?" she asked softly. Izuku nodded, one hand rubbing the back of his neck nervously as he shifted his weight. "I didn't really process it when you first said it. It all happened so fast, and I guess I kept replaying it in my head. He glanced down, his shoulders tense. And I know you're a good person. You wouldn't have said something like that if you didn't mean it. Toru's heart skipped, but the awkwardness of the moment caught up with her. She groaned loudly, covering her face with both hands. Toru's breath hitched, but her embarrassment quickly bubbled over. Oh my gosh, why did I have to blurt it out like that? She paced in a small circle, her silhouette flickering as she ranted. I wasn't even thinking, I just thought, what if I never see him again? And now I sound like one of those cheesy romance manga characters. She stopped abruptly, burying her face in her hands. Graya arg. Izuku took another hesitant step forward, his hands up in a calming gesture. No, it's okay. Really, he paused, glancing down as he struggled to gather his thoughts. I've been thinking about it a lot. Wondering what to say, what to do, but honestly, I'm not used to this. Girls liking me, I mean. He blushed harder, his hand falling back to his side as he fidgeted. Especially girls as amazing as you, Momo, and Ituka. It just feels surreal. Toru stayed quiet for a moment, the sound of fireworks crackling filling the space. Her hands lowered slowly as she looked at him, her body language shifting from flustered to tentative. Surreal? She finally asked, her voice soft. Izuku nodded, his fingers clasping together nervously. I mean, I have literal alien powers, and yet, girls liking me. That feels harder to believe. He let out an awkward laugh, scratching his cheek as he avoided her gaze. Toru's face flushed again as she clasped her hands in front of her chest, twisting her fingers together. The fireworks lit up the sky in greens, blues, and golds, reflecting off her faint figure. So, she began, shifting her weight from foot to foot. How do you feel? Izuku blinked, startled by the question. His shoulders stiffened as he met her gaze, or at least, where he thought her gaze was. You've thought about it, right? Toru asked, her voice gaining strength despite the trembling in her hands. She stepped closer, her face flickering in and out of view as her nervousness grew. Now that you know, do you want to go out with me? She suddenly became visible again, her cheeks burning as she buried her face in her hands. This is so unromantic. The guy is supposed to ask the girl out. I feel so flustered and embarrassed. She groaned, shifting from one foot to the other in frustration. I'm probably not even the kind of girl you'd like anyway. Izuku's heart pounded harder, every beat echoing in his ears. He clenched his fists, summoning every ounce of courage he could muster. Toru, he said softly, I like you as you are. Toru froze, her hands lowering slowly from her face as she stared at him, her cheeks still glowing red. Why you do? Izuku nodded, his voice steady despite the blush spreading across his face. Your energy, it makes me smile. I like how passionate you are about everything, and how you don't let anyone push you around. Toru's heart thudded loudly, her hands unconsciously clutching at the hem of her shirt. And, Izuku hesitated, taking a deep breath before continuing, you only have invisibility, and you didn't even have a costume to protect yourself, but you still didn't hesitate to put yourself in danger to be a hero. That's incredible, Toru. Her breath caught as another firework exploded behind them, illuminating her face fully as her expression softened. And even before I could see your smile, I knew it was beautiful. Izuku's voice was barely above a whisper, his eyes locked on hers. A small, shy smile tugged at his lips. And now that I can, I guess I was right. Toru's breath hitched, her chest tight with overwhelming emotion. The fireworks reflected in her wide eyes as her lips quivered, forming a small, tearful smile. Toru's hands flew to her face, muffling the squeak that escaped her lips. Midoriya, you can't just say stuff like that. Do you want me to pass out? She exclaimed, half laughing, half crying as her emotions overwhelmed her. Izuku blinked, panicking slightly. Sorry, did I say too much? No, Toru interrupted, lowering her hands to reveal her bright, glowing smile. She reached out to lightly punch his shoulder. You said just enough, you dork. And for the record, her voice softened, her gaze holding his. I think you're pretty amazing too. As the fireworks continued lighting up the sky, Toru nervously intertwined her fingers, her flickering visibility making her appear ethereal. She took a shaky breath and looked toward Izuku, her heart pounding. So, do you want to, be together? Izuku froze, his face still a deep shade of red. His mind spun in circles, stumbling over the thought. Toru actually wants to be with me. Neither Momo nor Ituka had explicitly asked about being official, and now he was completely unsure of what to say. Why you mean, like together? He stammered, glancing at her. Like, boyfriend and girlfriend? Toru nodded, her hands fidgeting as she tried to appear more composed than she felt. Why yeah, like that. Izuku's blush deepened as he scratched his cheek nervously and averted his eyes. I mean, but, he stumbled over his words, unsure of how to phrase his thoughts. Toru tilted her head, waiting for him to finish, her heart hammering in anticipation. I'm not exactly, very attractive, Izuku finally muttered, his voice growing quieter as he glanced at the ground. I thought you'd be into someone cooler, like Ojiro, or maybe someone with a flashier quirk. I don't know, he trailed off, fidgeting with his hands, his nervous energy making him shift from foot to foot. Toru blinked, her outline flickering faintly in the glow of the fireworks. She rubbed her arm, hesitating before she spoke, her voice soft. Oh, is it because you don't want to date anyone right now? You know, to focus on being a hero? Huh? Izuku looked up, startled by her assumption. I mean, I'd understand if that's the case, Toru added quickly, her tone tinged with dejection. If you don't want to be in a relationship because of hero work, that's fine. I wouldn't want to get in the way. Oh no, it's not that, Izuku exclaimed, his hands waving in front of him in a panic. He scratched his cheek awkwardly, his face burning. I just don't think about stuff like that a lot. I don't really know how to handle it, I guess. His mind betrayed him as flashes of his classmates ran through his thoughts. Ituka, Momo, Ochako, Mina, Kyoka, Suyu, and the girl standing right in front of him. Then, others. Najire, Melissa, Yui, Abara, Setsuna, Reiko, Pony and Kanoko. His heart began to pound faster with each name, his palms growing sweaty. Toru tilted her head, her outline shimmering faintly. So, do you like anyone? Izuku froze, his breath catching in his throat as his thoughts spiraled. He pictured them all again. Every girl who had supported him, cheered him on, or simply made him feel like he wasn't alone. His chest tightened, his face growing impossibly red. And no, he stammered finally. I don't think so. His voice grew quieter as doubt crept into his tone. I mean, I have no right to have feelings like that. I don't see what you, or anyone, could like about me. You're all so amazing. Smart, brave, confident, kind-hearted, and me? He shook his head, his gaze dropping. If a guy like me started going after Momo, Ituka, or you, it'd just, he broke off, unable to finish, his anxiety bubbling to the surface. Before he could sink further, Toru stepped forward, clasping his hands in hers. The warmth of her touch jolted him out of his spiraling thoughts. Izuku, she said firmly, her voice steady despite the faint trembling in her frame, stop thinking like that. Izuku blinked, taken aback. Look at me, she insisted, her grip tightening on his hands. Look at what's right in front of you, not what's going on in your stupid, dorky brain. Izuku flushed, his mouth opening and closing uselessly. Right now, Toru continued, her voice rising slightly, a girl who you think is amazing and smart is telling you that she loves you. Izuku's breath hitched, her words leaving him utterly speechless. You have borderline no self-confidence, Toru said with a light laugh, though her voice softened as she added, and yeah, your mumbling can get a little creepy sometimes. She squeezed his hands again, leaning closer. But that's part of why you're special to me. Izuku's heart pounded as her words washed over him. Seeing you smile makes me happy, Toru continued, her voice trembling slightly. And you're always there for everyone, even when no one asks for your help. You just are. That's who you are, and it's one of the reasons I really like you. Izuku's lips parted, but no words came out. And even when you stand up to Bakugo, which, by the way, is hilarious, you don't let him get to you, Toru added, her tone growing teasing. Honestly, no one likes that guy, so you're kind of a hero for that alone. Izuku chuckled nervously at that, scratching the back of his neck. Toru's tone softened again, more serious now. And if Momo and Ituka, two of the top students in our year, who could literally have anyone they wanted, have feelings for you too, doesn't that tell you something? Izuku's eyes widened as he stared at her, his heart hammering in his chest. You always put others first, Toru said, her voice a quiet plea now. But in doing that, you minimize your own worth. You lie to yourself about what you deserve. So, please, stop doing that. She released his hands, her own moving up to gently clasp his face. Her fingers were warm against his cheeks, and he couldn't look away. Stop listening to all those voices in your head telling you you're not good enough. Look at me, right here, right now. Izuku stared at her, his chest tightening. For the first time, he really looked at her, the faint shimmer of her figure in the light of the fireworks, her face flickering into view, flushed red with nervousness. Her hands trembled slightly against his skin. Despite her words, she was scared. And it must have taken so much strength to say all of this. You're worth so much more than you think, Izuku, Toru whispered, her voice barely audible over the pounding in his chest. I just want you to see yourself the way I see you. The doubts still whispered at the back of his mind, telling him no sane girl could actually like him. But he couldn't ignore what was in front of him, her trembling frame, her courage, her sincerity. And that look in her eyes, it was the same look Ituka and Momo had whenever they spent time with him. Izuku's breath caught in his throat. His body stiffened, and his heart hammered in his chest as he locked eyes with her. Her face was so close to his, her nervousness barely hidden behind a veil of strength. In that moment, Izuku couldn't deny the truth anymore. His face flushed as he quickly turned away from Toru, trying to avoid her intense gaze. His heart pounded in his chest, the sound almost deafening in the silence between them, broken only by the distant pops of fireworks. Toru, still close enough to feel his warmth, slid even closer, her invisible fingers gently cupping his face. So stop thinking you're not all that, you idiot. She scolded, her voice tinged with both irritation and a hint of affection. Her face turned red, and she pouted slightly. I don't have bad taste in men, you know. It's insulting to hear you degrade yourself like that. Izuku swallowed nervously. Right. Toru hesitated for a moment, her fingers still lightly resting on his face. She swallowed, looking up at him with a shy yet determined gaze. You know, she started, her voice faltering slightly, the guy's supposed to kiss the girl, right? She looked away briefly, her breath shallow as she nibbled on her lower lip, before adding, or, that's what they do in all those stories, at least. Her body leaned just a little closer to his, and her voice dropped a bit, soft but full of meaning. She glanced at his lips, then back up into his eyes, waiting for his response, her heart racing in sync with his. Izuku gulped, and Toru noticed immediately, especially when his gaze flickered to where her lips should be. Her heart fluttered as she realized he understood what she was hinting at. Her hands slipped from the sides of his face to the back of his neck, trembling slightly. She could feel her cheeks burning, even if he couldn't see it. With a nervous flicker, her body turned completely invisible, though the heat radiating from her was unmistakable. Izuku, unsure of her next move, stayed still, only able to sense her presence from the warmth of her touch and the steady rhythm of her heartbeat. What are you waiting for? Toru murmured shyly, her voice quivering just enough to betray her nerves. I already poured my heart out, you doofus. Izuku nodded, leaning in cautiously, unsure where to aim. Before he got too close, her invisible hand pressed gently against his chest, halting him. Wait, she blurted, her voice cracking slightly. Izuku froze, confused and flustered. Toru took a deep breath, her fingers fidgeting nervously as they lingered on his chest. Before anything happens, you have to promise me something. Her voice wavered, but she tried to inject a teasing tone to cover her nerves. Promise you what? Izuku asked, tilting his head curiously. Promise that you'll stop being so stupid about yourself. Toru exclaimed, her voice growing more insistent as her words tumbled out in a rush. Stop thinking you're not good enough, okay? It's so frustrating. You're amazing, Izuku, and it's, really dumb of you to act like you're not. Izuku blinked in surprise, her sudden outburst throwing him off guard. Her voice softened, her shyness creeping back in as she spoke again, quieter now. You shouldn't like someone or be with someone just because you think they're settling for you or whatever. That's so unfair, to you and to them. She hesitated, her hands shifting slightly, her heart pounding. You deserve to be with someone who makes you happy, who makes you feel good about yourself. You deserve that, Izuku. He opened his mouth to respond, but she kept going, her words spilling out faster now, as if afraid she'd lose her courage. And you don't have to keep giving everything to everyone else all the time. You're always trying so hard to make everyone else happy, but you deserve to be happy too. It's okay to think about yourself sometimes. To want something for you. Izuku's breath hitched at her sincerity, and she fidgeted nervously, her tone growing even softer. Me, Itsuka, Momo, and the other girls just want you to be happy. So, we all just want you to stop being so hard on yourself. You're, like, the most selfless guy ever, but you don't have to be that selfless all the time. You're allowed to want things, Izuku. You're allowed to think you're worth it, because you are. Izuku's eyes widened as her words registered. Other girls. Toru didn't seem to notice her slip up, her voice trembling slightly as she added, so just, be a little selfish sometimes, okay? It's not a bad thing. And stop acting like you're not good enough for something, or someone. You're plenty good enough, Izuku. Way more than good enough. She leaned in slightly, her forehead brushing against his, invisible but undeniably close. Her playful side peeked through as she whispered, and if you don't get that through your thick head soon, I'm gonna keep bugging you until you do. Izuku chuckled softly, his heart racing as her words settled deep in his chest. He nodded, his voice shaking slightly. I'll try. Momo kinda gave me the same speech. Toru blushed deeply at his admission, her hands trembling slightly as they rested against the back of his neck. Gee good, she stammered, her voice barely above a whisper. Summoning her usual playful tone, she tightened her arms around his neck, leaning closer until her presence was undeniable. Well, what are you waiting for? She teased, though her words were tinged with nervous anticipation. Izuku gulped, his face a brilliant shade of red. Hee. Toru giggled softly, her playful side peeking through her shyness. I can hear your heartbeat, you know, she said, her voice almost a whisper. It's so fast, kinda cute. Izuku's ears burned at her comment. Slowly, he leaned in, his hands hesitantly brushing the sides of her invisible frame, trying to orient himself. Toru's breath hitched as he got closer, her body trembling slightly with a mix of excitement and nerves. Just as Izuku's lips made contact, she let out a startled squeak. Eep, she squealed, pulling back slightly. That's my nose. Izuku froze, a wave of embarrassment crashing over him. Sorry, he stammered, pulling back and looking anywhere but where he thought her face might be. But Toru was quicker, her invisible hands cupped his cheeks, steadying him gently. She tilted his face ever so slightly. These, she whispered, her voice soft and shy, these are my lips. Izuku didn't have time to respond before she closed the gap. His lips brushed against hers, soft and warm, sending an electric jolt through his body. Toru's invisible hand slid from his cheeks to his shoulders, clutching him as if grounding herself. Her heart pounded so hard she swore he could feel it, but she didn't care. Toru tilted her head slightly, pressing into the kiss just a little more. Izuku's hands, hesitant at first, rested lightly on her waist, his fingers curling slightly as he found the courage to respond. Above them, the biggest firework of the night exploded, its light illuminating the scene in vibrant hues. Toru found the courage to press her body closer to his, her arms tightening around his neck as she let out a soft, muffled moan into the kiss. The warmth of the moment consumed them, and with another dazzling pop of the fireworks above, she finally pulled back. Both were left breathless, their cheeks flushed as a small, glistening trail of saliva lingered between their parted lips. Toru's invisible lips curled into a shy smile, her voice barely above a whisper. Wow, she murmured, her blush deepening as her half-lidded eyes locked onto him, even if he couldn't see her expression. Izuku, just as breathless, managed a sheepish grin. I don't think I'm ever going to get tired of this, he admitted, his voice tinged with awe. Toru chuckled softly, her confidence returning as she rested her head on his shoulder, her body still pressed against his. The sound of the fireworks filled the comfortable silence between them. Mind if I just enjoy this? She asked, her voice soft but teasing. Izuku's blush deepened as he nodded, stammering, I guess. Toru let out a playful huff, lifting her head slightly to nudge him. "Hey, wrap your arms around my waist, you dork," she said, her tone teasing yet affectionate. Izuku hesitated for only a moment before complying, his arms tentatively circling her waist. Toru smiled against his shoulder, snuggling closer as the vibrant lights of the fireworks illuminated the night sky. As they enjoyed the peaceful moment together, Izuku's thoughts began to wander, her earlier words replaying in his mind. "Me, Ituka, Momo, and the other girls just want you to be happy." He frowned slightly, his heart skipping a beat as the question formed in his mind. What did she mean by other girls? To be continued. I hope you guys enjoyed this video and make sure to like and subscribe to the channel. Now we will see you in the next video.